dàng, an toàn và nhanh chóng. Thỏa sức khám phá, thưởng thức và trải nghiệm. Visa trong tay, chạm Apple Pay, chạm cả thế giới.
Ticks of time, calling stars and rhythms, trying carving rooms through sweat and grind. We last under and down from night, flipping scars and canyons slide. One by one, one day, good day. Nice to meet you. Trying for roots and dreams entwined. Our halos lost in sacred shine. Crystal lights in its holy shrine. Nice to meet you. Bang 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 重なるハーモニーダンシンな祝福のリズム耳を澄ませば聞こえてくる星がささやく夢特別な今日をとびきりも旅で埋め尽くそう宝物はいつもそばにキラキラ加速その笑顔五線譜のリボンぎゅっと結んで花束にしちゃおうバンバンバン重なるハーモニーダンシンダウン祝福のリズムその声あなたへ心つなぐこのメロディー遠くても願いを込めて踊ろうよペンペンだずっとひらり透き通るきらめき愛で守りたいの道に迷いそうなそんな時は思い出してほしい胸を張って深呼吸して見上げた空に光る星瞬く BPM 想像のできないパーティーが始まるバンバンバン空に打ち上げようシンガーソングその声聞か ションワクワクしちゃうでしょみんなそれぞれに来年もきっと100年先も一緒に歌おうベンベンベン重なるハーモニー天真な祝福のリズムその声あなたへ心つなぐこのメロディーどこでも願いを込めて踊ろうよベンベンな
You haven't changed at all.
Have you really forgotten everything, Vexana? We made a promise to protect this world. Yeah, I made it myself, you know. Look, we light up when our our powers are in sync. You were always there to pick me up.
Stay with me, Guinevere.
The one I could always count on.
Enough!
Why, Rexona, your emblem is still...
The gateway is near completion. Soon new aspirants will meet your end. Vexana, execute Purge Protocol.
You... Give her back to me!
Give up, Guinevere. Hope is an illusion. Its will is absolute.
Don't let me be alone in this world.
We are the aspirants. The pain, the hate, I will bear it all.
There you go again, taking on everything by yourself.
There may be no going back this time.
As long as we're together.
We are the aspirants.
Welcome to Double 11! Amazing prices, amazing styles! Win big in Mega Draw!
chơi. Chạm để thanh toán, dễ dàng, an toàn và nhanh chóng. Thỏa sức khám phá, thưởng thức và trải nghiệm. Visa trong tay, chạm Apple Pay, chạm cả thế giới.
Our heartbeats trying to take up time, calling stars and rhythms, trying carving runes through sweat and grime. We last under and down from night, flipping scarves and canyons slide. One more goes in, goes right. Nice to meet you. Tribe where roots and dreams entwine. Our halos lost in sacred shine. Crystallizing its holy shrine. Nice to meet us.
しちゃうでしょみんなそれぞれに来年もきっと100年先も一緒に歌おうバンバンバン重なるハーモニーダンシンダウン祝福のリズムこの声あなたへ心つなぐこのメロディーどこでも願いを込めて踊ろうよバンバンな
changed at all.
Have you really forgotten everything, Vexana? We made a promise to protect this world.
Yeah, I made it myself, you know.
Look, we light up when our powers are in sync. You were always there to pick me up.
Stay with me, Guinevere.
The one I could always count on.
Enough!
Why, Vexana, your emblem is still...
The gateway is near completion. Soon new aspirants will meet your end. Vexana, execute purge protocol.
You... Give her back to me!
Give up, Guinevere. Hope is an illusion. Its will is absolute.
Refuse! Don't let me be alone in this world.
We are the aspirants. The pain, the hate, I will bear it all.
Hello everyone, welcome to the M Challenge Cup, and this is Season 6, where if you guys were here yesterday, we just witnessed Group A of the M Challenge Cup, where we saw Made in Thailand, unfortunately, is eliminated from the semi-finals. Leon Esports is going to be the second team of Group A, and the number one team of Group A is going to be Saigon Phantoms, and today we're going to be witnessing Group B. Welcome, my name is Apel. Alongside with me is Stafa. And Stafa, do you think the teams in Group B will have enough time to really adjust to the new patch?
I highly doubt it, because even we have given it a shot, we've tried to play some games, tried to figure out what's changed, what's really different, but even after experimenting, it was kind of difficult to say if we really figured anything out. So even though these players have definitely put a bit more work into it than we have, I get the feeling it's still going to be a little bit tricky. So maybe stick back to the basics. We're probably going to be seeing very similar metas to yesterday, but comparatively, we've got 3 brand new teams.
Yeah, here we do have the leaderboard here just to confirm what happened yesterday. For Group A, it's done and dusted. Made in Thailand has been eliminated with 0 points. Leon Esports winning 2-0 against Made in Thailand will be number 2. Saigon Phantom winning 2-0 against Made in Thailand, and Leon Esports will be the number 1 team of Group A. For Group B, we'll be seeing the team that is at number 3 will be eliminated from the semi-finals. The number 1 team will be fighting against Leon Esports, and the number 2 team of Group B will be fighting against Saigon Phantom.
Neither position is going to be ideal because both Saigon Phantom and Leon Esports showed us how capable they were yesterday, but most of the matches ended up being clean sweeps. Is it an indication that Saigon actually is the strongest of the bunch? Is it a fluke, or is it just simply circumstantial that they were able to get to the top? We'll get to find that out a little later. The semis will actually start tomorrow, but for today we are going to be witnessing the matches in Group B, and I don't think these are the matches we're watching today.
Yeah, this is what happened yesterday. In case you guys didn't know, Leon did win 2-0 against Made in Thailand. Saigon Phantom got a 2-0 against Made in Thailand as well. And at the end, we really thought Leon had a very good shot of taking down Saigon Phantoms, but it does look like they came in with a bit of vengeance, considering that Leon defeated representatives from Vietnam before it with a 3-0. And this is what they are fighting for. It's not just money on the line. The money is great. But again, this is for a slot to the M7 wildcards later on, which assuming is in Jakarta, but still not entirely sure where the wildcard will be held at.
We're still not too certain on things for sure. Even if these teams are able to get out stages today, there's no guarantee that they will be able to move on to the international stage, because there will still be a whole playoff bracket after the end of today as well. Which means that these teams need to make sure they're at their A game today. They also need to make sure they're not revealing too many strategies that their opponents could make use of once they face off later down the line, especially since the playoff bracket is going to be single elimination, which is always a very scary prospect.
The problem is, I'm not entirely sure if they do have a solid idea of what kind of strategy that they do have, because I feel like based on our testing that the changes are noticeable, but when we're talking about a draft is we got to know which one is a priority, which one is not, and which pairing works really well with each other, and does the counter really work again or not? Because we've seen definitely some changes where, personally for me, it does look like Hayabusa in terms of performance has been like one of the best when it comes to the jungle. Yusenshin is still strong for sure when it comes to the damage, but we can definitely see is much more punishable. And CC is not as oppressive as we saw. Again, maybe the team is just not used to the new changes. Maybe it requires a little bit of time to get back to the groove of things, but still something to note of.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot to note of. We've seen some of the same old hero picks, still hoping to see something a little bit newer. Yesterday, I also brought up a few times that I was surprised Hilda wasn't being picked up more often, because when looking at the patch, it seemed like a pretty big buff. But after testing it and hearing some comments from viewers and so on, it actually seems like it might be more than anything. That's going to be requiring a little bit more testing. But that might explain the absence of Hilda yesterday. It is unfortunate that the Freya revamp is still not available for play yet, as per usual, anytime a hero gets changed or a new hero gets introduced. So we're gonna have to wait a little bit longer before we actually see her on the international stage. But I'm hoping to see something a little bit more unique today, because the three teams that are going to be facing off in Group B are teams that I've not watched play before. In fact, they're regions that typically don't get represented very much on the international stage outside of Laos. So I'm very curious.
Yeah, we see representatives coming in from Brunei as well as Timor Leste. And looking at chat, looks like there's a few really supporting Timor Leste here. And again, we need two teams here. Two teams going to the semifinals. And I don't know. Yesterday, it was a clean sweep. Don't know what's happening for today. And yeah, the Hilda situation, we'll see if the teams are able to adjust, because it kind of does feel like Alice, because Alice feels good, but you're not entirely sure the build, the lineup, as well as the matchup in the EXP. But once people have figured that out, we can definitely see that Alice is quite a beast. I mean, like, again, sure, there was a hot patch to fix her movement speed as well as healing, but again, I kind of feel like it's just something once you're used to, then you start to see like, yeah, this is kind of broken.
Yeah, it does feel like, based on the adjustments they made, especially the items like Dominance Ice, the heroes that were already originally very bulky and sustainable are going to become even more so. So heroes like Alice, like Uranus, like Fredrin are probably going to end up feeling a lot stronger overall. You would think that also applies to heroes like Hilda, but surprisingly the changes have affected the way that the game is played. And teams are still figuring out, okay, what can we actually bring to the meta, right? We didn't see a lot of attack speed marksmen. The success rate yesterday was not good, right? There was only, I think, one Moskov, and it was Overall, Harif was definitely the winner of the gold lane, which makes sense now that more attack speed reduction has been added. But what else, right? I'm really hoping to see something new, but so far it seems like teams are playing it a little safer.
I would say, in terms of what I've tested, I feel like the safest thing when it comes to new is going for a dive composition, because talking to Munton developers as well, they really want to create a meta where it's just very skirmish heavy, you know, always going for those fights, having the big engages coming in from the EXP or the roam. So I'm really looking forward for something like a Kufra to go back into the fray, because the problem with Kufra is that you go in and then you basically die instantly. But with the changes of Dominance Ice, you don't even have to fully build the Dominance Ice for the early game. You just build the Black Eye Shield and then create the other secondary items to build your stats, and then you're honestly pretty good already. So definitely I want to see, in terms of the engagers, the roamers, as well as the EXPs, I want to see some kind of change there.
Yeah, I hope so as well. When you bring up Black Ice Shield as well, that was also an item that I thought like, okay, this might actually become a lot higher value, because it's one of the more expensive tier 2 items, and it doesn't provide like direct stat boost the way that like maybe the Ares belt would give, or the Dreadnought being one of the most popular tier 2 items. But now that they've added the new effects and adjusted things, Black Ice Shield feels like it's actually a very useful tier 2 item to have, just in case you don't want to fully go into the Dominance Ice. So it allows you to adjust your build a lot more, lets you be creative with it, and so far we are still waiting to see if builds are going to shift dramatically based on this patch, right? So far it doesn't look like it, but you never know, right? It always takes a little while before teams start figuring out what works.
I do have to say, playing tanks for the past 2 days and experimenting with the Dominance Ice a little bit, something that I've noticed is that I don't get bursted down as fast as before, but I am a little bit susceptible to I would say shred kind of damage, because earlier we're going up against the Joy. I really feel like against other damage profiles I'm pretty okay with, but if damage is consistent, then yeah, the stats is good, but at that point I really need something like the Radiant Armor. So yeah, something to note, where bursts, I think we will see more balanced damage profiles in the future, where yes, we need bursts, but at the same time, with how things have changed, we need some kind of shred, something that lingers a little bit, either dot damage or something, which in my head I'm thinking maybe Kimi is already pretty strong, might just basically solidify her spot in this meta still.
Well, Kimi was 100% pick ban yesterday, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's going to be the same case today as well. But let's go ahead and talk about our very first matchup of the day. We've got 189 Esports from Laos versus ESB from Brunei. And this is going to be our first time witnessing these two teams on the global stage as well. 189 has not actually made it to the MCCM before this, as far as I'm aware. I might be wrong. I'm only looking at Season 5 after all. And ESB has, actually. So we might be able to go off some historical data there.
Yep, so introducing the players. Hopefully I don't botch their name. Speaking of, it's my name, your mine, Ozzy, Witch, Keo, and for ESB Titans, we got Chubboy, Zakwan, Dubai's, Sharksley, as well as Zenex. Or Zenx.
Sounds right to me. Zenx could be Zenx or Zenex.
Yeah.
Zenex sounds cooler. If anyone knows, they can correct us in the chat, but sometimes rule of cool wins out. But yes, based on what I mentioned earlier, ESB has been in Season 5, but when I look at Wikipedia, they actually have a nearly completely different lineup. I believe the only player that has remained from the Season 5 roster is Sepboy. Unless anyone changed their IGN, then well, I can't track it anymore, but that's what Wikipedia says.
Yep, and now we are jumping straight into the pick and bans here. 189 is going to be the first pick. ESB Titans will be the second pick with Coach Zen for 189, and then for Coach Axe for ESB. And as we said it, Kimi is going to be the prio ban here, which comes to the question, what is going to be the first pick? Judging by what happened yesterday, I'm actually looking at something like a Hayabusa.
That is possible, but that was a case of Zawowski just being a monster on the hero in particular. So it's hard to say whether it is just a particularly reliable first pick, but you also can't deny that it can be quite effective. The hero has been in the meta for a very, very long time. Grok also going to be the first ban for ESB. This is also a hero that basically saw no play at all yesterday because it was banned in every single game.
Yeah. Something that I kind of want to see banned is Alice, because I kind of feel like Alice is strong, and every change in this current patch kind of makes us stronger. And it really denies your mid laner, especially now that the Kimi is off the board. If you want to pick up something like an Eve, like a Farsa, it's going to be very difficult going up against an Alice. So I feel like it's a very safe ban. But then again, as I'm saying it, we will not see an Alice first pick, so ESB could potentially just pick it up very, very early, or maybe even a Yuzong. Actually, a Yuzong ban might sound good here.
Yeah, so far, hard to really say which side actually has the advantage with the patch drop, since we haven't really figured out what the true power picks are. But Hilda actually does get banned out by 189, so that lends some credence to a potential Hayabusa first pick. ESB certainly thinks that it might be an assassin jungler when the Hilda is banned out, so they also get rid of the Lancelot.
Now, the tricky question here is that you kind of cannot ban an assassin here, because if you ban Yusenshin or Hayabusa, you're going to give your opponent one pick and then you will be left with nothing. So you kind of have to let both of them go and then just be happy with the trade. Unless you definitely know that you can handle the Yusenshin, maybe ban out that Hayabusa and just try to counter that way. You know, let go of the Haya and then pick up like a Kalia Yuzong, Kalia Alice. Should be pretty solid.
Yeah, I think it is possible that they ban out the Hayabusa, because we've already seen that Yi Sun-shin can be a little bit conditional now. He's still strong, his scaling is still good, but lack of iframes does hurt him a little bit. But ESB decides that they don't want to deal with the YSS instead. So now 189 has the chance to go Hayabusa first, but there are also the more common first picks like the CC, for example, that was picked first multiple times yesterday. Zusin, Kalea. Looks like CC is going to be the choice.
Yep. Saw just now 44% pick rate and 0% win rate so far. ESB, I feel like Haya Gatot is an amazing pick here, because if you don't pick them, 189, it's going to be a very easy snatch up. S-tier jungler and a very solid roamer that pairs very well with CC. I kind of feel like you should avoid that.
Yeah, I think so. Picking Gatot in advance would also help them in case 189 does go for the Kalea. They could also go something like the Kalea Zusin combo just to get control over the mid lane. But they're doing something a little more unusual. The Gatot comes out as we thought, but it's paired with the Angela.
You know my thoughts on Angela. I'm really not liking it. Looks like they go for the Boxia instead. So there is a chance that they're not even go for an assassin here. So do they pick up a mid laner, an Eve or a Farsa? Even though it can get countered by the Gatot, but I kind of feel like just having the early pressure is worth it. So they pick up the Eve.
Okay, I think it's fine to go for the Eve, though I personally would have actually liked the Zusin here for 189, not just to deny it away from ESB in case this Angela is flexed, but also the maybe counteract of Frederick, since a lot of assassins are already taken off the table. 189 gonna stick with the Eve, so if they pair this up with a strong roamer like the Kalea, they will have pretty solid mid lane control, especially against an Angela.
So now it's either Hayabusa or you have something else in your pocket here, because if you don't pick it up, it's definitely going to get banned out. Something that I feel like could work is maybe Alpha in the jungle. We haven't seen that in a while, but going up against a Boxia, you kind of want that Shred or maybe a Martis, because I'm trying to figure out the Angela pick here. But honestly, pretty smart pick here. Picking up the Harif, even though, yes, you got counters, but seeing what Harif did yesterday, I kind of feel like it's a very safe bet to pick up.
Yeah, Harif seems very strong under the current meta right now. There still isn't a lot of ways of dealing with just high magic damage. So Harif is still a hero that works very well, and we've already seen it actually have a pretty high success rate against the Eve, even though you would usually see this hero being weaker to zone control. Now that we're into the second phase of bans, I do think that ESB should consider getting rid of heroes that have very high solo lockdown, things like the Cho, things like the Kalea, since they are playing with an Angela. It looks like they're going to be focusing on the gold lane instead.
They ban out the Granger. 189, looking at the draft, I don't think they can go for double fighter. If they could pick Esmeralda, that would be amazing, but I don't think their draft allows for that. In terms of that, other gold laners, I don't know. There's not a lot based on yesterday, especially attack speed marksmen really isn't doing well. The only thing that comes to my mind is Irithel, but even Irithel got nerfed a bit out of nowhere, mind you.
Yeah, funnily enough, Irithel would have been my pick here, but yeah, they did just nerf her. Otherwise, you could go into things like the Claude or the Carry. Since you know you're going to be dealing with an Angela combo, they do get rid of the Kalea as well. Someone in chat asking what tournament this is. This is the MCCM, aka the Mekong qualifier, basically, for the M7 wildcard.
Yep, and now with all the bans are out of the way, Alice is still there, and I think it is a very solid pickup. They banned out the Lapo and Yuzong, but still, I kind of feel like picking up the Alice here should be solid, and then you can see the full composition before deciding what jungler you want to pick up.
Yeah, I actually quite like that here. Now, it might be a little risky to place so much sustain into a Baxia, but it is actually one option of trying to deal with this hero, where you just put so much sustain on your team composition that even Baxia is not going to be able to deal with it. And we already know Alice Angela is a really powerful duo, but it looks like they will go for the Phoveus. Denies that away since they do have the Harif on their side. Isn't too bad with the Angela, but not typically a good duo.
Yeah, although looking at the draft, I kind of feel like it is possibly that the Angela is just going to be making sure that the Harif can hyper carry. We saw yesterday Phoveus with the War Axe is able to sustain quite long, so maybe that's going to be the idea here as well. So 1 at 9, they still need a gold laner and possibly roamer. The Cho is still around, can possibly punish even the Phoveus. If you want a safe pick, I kind of feel like a high loss is also very good. A lot of control for 189 and just continuous damage even from a tank.
One thing's for sure, the 189 needs a really good scaling marksman right now. And ooh, okay, something different here than the Tan. Going to make his first appearance in the MCCM alongside the Matilda, known to be a good roam combo alongside the Baxia, and that should allow them to create a little bit more early game space for themselves.
By the way, yes, we're reading chat, and we are reading this one. I don't know why we decided, but a Ling! That's a very interesting pickup here.
Ling combo? Whoa!
We haven't seen that for a while. Going up against 189, where they kind of look like 4 out of 5 members. They have a pretty strong early Staffa, so there is a chance that the Ling will get interrupted in the farm. But I don't know. Hey, Ling, we haven't seen this for a while.
I feel like this is a really risky option here because we've already mentioned how 189 has a pretty solid early game with the Matilda Baxia. They have a lot of opportunity to invade. And then you pick a Ling, which has not been seen in a very long time at this point, and is known for needing to scale. Compared to heroes like Lance and Hayabusa, in fact, he doesn't have as many ways of escaping early on in the jungle. So let's see whether or not ESB can pull this off.
Yeah, honestly, like, I saw Marshall holding his hand up. I don't know if that means that there's going to be a pause or anything like that. It looks like we're not. We're going straight into the game here. Okay, never mind.
Oh, you spoke too soon.
Damn it.
You were very close, sir. I see that as
myself.
Well. I did see that, Marshall, as well. I was thinking, oh, okay, it seems like we might have an issue here. And then when we jumped into the game, I was also thinking, oh wait, are we okay? And then the moment you said it, yeah. Well, looks like we're gonna wait a moment here, Peeves, to make sure everything's okay before we start things off for today.
And if we're gonna talk about theory, Ling could work as long as you can get the items, because there is a lot of possibility where the CC, the Baxia, and the Matilda, they're all just gonna be far forward, that someone like either the Eve or the Natan might get isolated, right? So maybe the Ling can do a lot of damage there, because I feel like at the moment you kill the Natan, there's a lot of damage like out from the team. And if you're able to kill the Eve as well, a lot of control is denied. So I think it is a very risky pick, but there is like I can definitely see the reason why they pick it up.
Okay, looks like we've just been informed that it might be a emblem issue, so we're gonna give it a moment so that the players can get that done properly. But yeah, like you mentioned, it is possible for the Ling to maybe do something if you're able to like really quickly burst down picks like the Tan or the Eve. The problem is, compared to the past, I feel like Ling just doesn't do that much burst damage anymore. And compared to heroes like Lancelot, for example, who is basically invincible when he's doing damage, Ling is not, right? And he can get disrupted quite easily. Now, one good thing is that 189 doesn't actually have that much crowd control, so that might give a little bit more room to play with. But this is definitely going to be an uphill battle, right? It's a proving ground, telling the world, hey, is Ling back in the meta?
Well, we definitely have to see, because looking at chat, they also say Xborg, and honestly, Xborg is a pretty good pick in the jungle. The only problem is that Eve, because Xborg does not want to fight against a Farsa, does not want to fight against an Eve, a Lunox, either burst or a lot of control. And Eve kind of does a little bit of both. So Xborg would be a pretty good pick to deal with the CC as well as the Baxia, but the Eve really denies that. Yeah, I don't know. There's no changes in terms of physical items that makes Ling viable now. I don't know. Maybe it's just a comfort pick, right? Maybe it's just like, I'm spamming this in rank because there's no one banning Ling anymore. So hey, it's just a hero that you have a lot of practice on.
It's possible, right? Angela Ling has always been a classic combination. Hasn't been seen in a long time, though. So we could be proven wrong. Could be just a very special secret pickup here coming in from ESB, though I feel like you would typically not want to reveal that so early on in the tournament. So maybe it's something of a just reliable fallback for them. Either way, there is still a lot they will have to work through. And yeah, I'm very curious. The thing is, if you're not able to get this Ling off the ground, if 189 does decide to take advantage of this and goes for very aggressive early game plays, which they can afford to do with a Matilda Baxia, then the Ling just doesn't get to play the game anymore.
Yeah, we saw yesterday early game is very crucial, at least for the beginning part of the M Challenge Cup. By the way, someone did ask, what do we think about the meta? Personally for me, well, after the patch, of course. Personally for me, I don't have an opinion just yet, because I really feel like there's still a lot on the table that we still have not tested. Because when it comes to the patch, like, there are heroes that's not mentioned at all, not nerfed, not buffed, but based on other changes could influence them as well. So personally for me, I did not have enough time to really check every detail. So I don't know, I'm kind of undecided, because the heroes that I liked were buffed, the items that I like to use was buffed, but haven't really felt it yet. You know, I haven't really seen how Atlas can emerge. I haven't really seen how Minotaur can emerge. So undecided yet.
Yeah, we've both done our research, we've both like read through the patch notes, and we've made some initial rationales based on it. But actually seeing it in action in the game is a very, very different experience, right? And there are things that the pro players can do that we're not going to be able to do, coming up with new strategies, reinventing drafts and item builds for heroes that seemed like they were already in a stable position. So we're still holding out and waiting. And again, I get the feeling we're not actually going to be able to 100% confirm like what the meta actually is, even by the end of this tournament. That's just how long these sort of things take. So we'll keep our eyes peeled for anything that might catch our attention, but right now, yeah, it's not really clear.
Yeah. Someone did ask about Yisun Shin. Still very strong. The damage was not nerfed at all. In terms of the timing of vision, I kind of feel like Yisun Shin does not want that vision that long. We just have an idea whether we can get Turtle Lord, blah, 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 which lane to gank. And the biggest one is the Traceless, but I kind of feel like really good Yisun Shin players might not even notice that nerf, right? Because they're like, oh, I don't know, I'm still able to avoid everything, so I don't know what's the big problem.
Yeah. Well, We will see, right? We will see. There are definitely supporters of both teams, though, in the chat. To everyone who's joining us, welcome. And apologies for the pause, right? We're making sure that everything's okay. You know, nothing that all the players have the emblems that they need, that the games are in perfect condition so that they can face off here in the very first game of the day, because there's a lot at stake, right? This is going to be a N7 wildcard ticket on the line. And group stage is not very long. As we saw yesterday, group stage is only 3 matches total, 2 matches for each team. So you cannot afford to drop a single point.
Something that can be said, we saw Leon yesterday looking pretty good, and 189 is the runner-up of their qualifier coming into this tournament. So we are looking at 189, even though they are the runner-up, kind of a favorite for this matchup. So going up, if 189 does lose the first series or the first match of today, then it is going to be, I don't know, very hard to predict who's going to be going through for the semifinals.
It's very hard to predict who's going to be coming up on top, because yesterday in Group A, we already had some slight ideas. We had seen Saigon Phantom play before at BMC, and there were a lot of people with high hopes for Leon, especially since they were the champions of their respective qualifier. This time around, though, we've got more unproven teams with a little less experience internationally overall. And yes, we can have a quick look once again to refresh everyone, the 3 teams that will be facing off in Group B.
Yep, 189 again is the runner-up, coming in from Laos. ESB Titans came in from the Brunei qualifier, and 3V Esports come in from Timor Leste. And if I'm not mistaken, 3V Esports does have an Indonesian import there. So that is something to be said, where yesterday in Group A, the teams with the Filipino import did very, very well. So hold on, let me just see, just to double confirm, because I do believe, yeah, they have Rigo, which is the gold laner, as well as the jungler, Hunter. So ESB Titans is gonna go with the full Brunei local lineup, and looks like 189 is gonna be full local Laos lineup here. So I guess a fun fact is gonna be full local going up against full local.
There's only 3 teams here in the tournament that have imports, and that would be the 2 teams that already qualified from Group A, as well as 3V today. So it's also a question we can ask: are imports capable of empowering these lineups here, of bringing in some of that international flavor and really diversify the strategy, which so far seems to have been proven true in day 1. And in day 2, we will get to start things off, right? And also note, every single match yesterday ended up being a 2-0 clean sweep. We're going to have the same today, 3 best of 3s. Will they all be clean sweeps? Will we get to see some full series? Will the competition be closer than yesterday? All of these are questions that can be eagerly answered as we proceed with day number 2.
And again, thank you very much, chat, for being patient with us, because again, there is an emblem bug, so we do have to do a redraft. Remember redrafts being this long, though. Oh, okay, they're drinking water. They're drinking water. It might be more than a redraft, because I kind of feel like redraft should be relatively, like, I don't know, at most 3 minutes.
Yeah, normally it shouldn't take too long, but we just gotta make sure that everything is a-okay, right? We also want to jump into the game as soon as possible. We want to get things started. I'm really excited for the action. I'm very hopeful that after watching all of the games in day 1, that these teams may have come up with slightly new strategies for the new patch. But yeah, for now, we've got to wait and make sure that the technical issue is resolved before we can jump into the game Land of Dawn.
Well, at least we can say that the team from Brunei here, they look very calm. They're looking pretty okay. I do want to see Timor Leste as well as Brunei doing quite well, because as I said in the intro to this matchup, we don't see them a lot at all, I would say, in the international stage, like the official Moonton international stages, like MSC wildcards, as well as the M series. So I am looking forward for them to really surprise us. Well, I mean, the Ling already surprised us. Hey, good start already.
True. already a good start, but the question is, will it be a good start for them, right? I'm happy that we get to see something a little bit different. In fact, it's a little bit of nostalgic flavor with the Angeling combo. But there's also a reason why this combo has been left in our memories rather than being a common strategy nowadays. At the very least, they don't have to worry about super heavy single target pickoff, right? There's no Kalea, there's no Cho on the other side. But there are still a lot of other things that they're gonna need to work through.
Yeah. Again, not so sure what was going on. By the way, shout out to chat. You guys are actually having good conversations here, helping us buy a little bit more time here. And Jericho did ask a question where there's multiple frost shields or dominance ice stack up. Like if multiple people build it, they get tankier. Well, the black ice shield as well as the dominance ice, it only affects the individual. It doesn't affect everyone else. Like the dreadnought armor, right? It affects your opponents. So multiple dreadnoughts can affect your opponents, but multiple black ice shield or dominance ice, it really helps yourself get tanky. It doesn't transfer over to someone else.
Yeah, just in case anyone may have been a little bit confused about how the text on the new description of the Dominance Ice is, right? You're probably talking about the passive where you actually get tankier based on how many enemies are near you.
Yeah.
So the way that works is that if you have a Dominance Ice and you are standing in the middle of 4 enemies, you get an extra, like, how much was it? Like 20? No, hold on.
Yeah.
How much was it? It was like
up
10,
until the maximum
5?
of...
4.
Altogether,
Wait,
it's a
suddenly
maximum
I can't
of
remember.
80.
Altogether is 80. Suddenly I can't remember the numbers. But yeah, basically you get tankier based on how many enemies are near you, not based on how many people have Dominance Ice.
Although something to note, I really want to know how useful it is because the range is 5 units. What the heck is 5 units? Like, how big is 5 units? Like, if it's the range of like high loss second skill, and then I think it's okay. You know, like something like a revitalize. Actually, no. Honestly think about that. Something like a revitalize is honestly quite small. So if you're going up something like an Eve, something like a Farsa, Novaria, it's gonna be very hard for you to hit maximum stacks of Dominance Ice.
Even as a caster, I've always had a lot of difficulty trying to figure out exactly how long a unit is in MLBB because it's not a very clear measurement. One thing I do remember though is that from the patch notes, they just recently unified the numbers on Atlas. So now all of his abilities, including his passive, are the same size. And I believe that it is 3 units. Right? So we could use that.
I do have to say, I played Atlas, and it could just be I'm out of practice, but he does feel harder than before, honestly.
His ult is a little
feels
smaller. I can definitely say that.
Yeah, it's like he's tankier, yes, but I don't feel like it's as easy as before. So again, I have not used that hero in literal years, so it could be that, but still, I don't know. 3 units is very small. It kind of feels like One Piece, where someone asks, "Oh, how long can Luffy stretch his arms?" And then the author is like, "Oh yeah, 66 go moves," and I'm like, 66 go moves. Yeah, that really helps. That really helps.
Yeah. Unfortunately, even if MLBB started using like actual measurements, like saying, "Hey, this skill is like 2 cm long," we still would not really be able to see. Like, unless they expect us to put a ruler up to our phone screen, which also would not work because different phones have different resolutions. But yes, hopefully we get the issue. Okay, the issues have been resolved, everyone. Once again, apologies. Thank you everyone for being patient. Let us go ahead and jump into the Land of Dawn for game number 1. It's 189 Esports on the blue side versus ESB on the red.
Yep. And yes, maximum is 40 physical and 40 magic defense for Dominance Ice, but if you include the standby already, like the stat itself, then altogether it is 80. Speaking of which, looking at the jungle clear here, it looks like Boxia is able to clear faster than the Ling. I wonder if the lane didn't go for a veteran hunter and go for something like what is it, weapon master, just for better scaling.
I feel like he probably did. It's just that Ling actually does need items. Yeah, he does have it. So Ling just doesn't do a lot of damage at all at level 1. Oh, mid lane, Xenix in some trouble, has to flicker away from the Baxia. Very early rotation.
Speaking of which, if it's really called Xanax, might have copyright issues. There's a medication pretty famous called roughly the same thing.
True.
But either way, Zakwan taking a bit of damage. Yep. What do you guess? Finish it.
My bad. My bad. I didn't want to stop you from talking. I guess we'll just stick to Zenx, right? Zenx will not get us in trouble, right?
I mean, look, whoever created Xanax might not be watching, so it could be fine. But Staffa, we already saw the pressure here coming in from 189, and at least we don't see the lane getting punished that hard. But it's kind of showing a little bit of what the future can entail here, where 189 kind of can bully ESB out of even contesting a lot here.
And that's exactly what they should be doing. Your mind, once again, collides with Zakwan in the mid lane. Revitalize not going to save you because this is a Baxia and a very quick first blood over to 189. Ling is in the bot lane, has just hit level 4, but the turtle's already been worked on, and Ling already takes so much damage, has to dash away from the CC. I think this is going to be an easy turtle for 189.
Yep. Honestly, there's a lot for Ling to look out for when you want to go for a fight, because if the curtain call is not being used just yet, there is a chance where you could get caught, and Zakwan got caught.
Literally the moment you said it, Zakwan goes down for second time. We do have the hard guard on top of the Ling. Azzy in trouble, just barely gets away, and the RWM locks them down. But Azzy does still end up melting, so they are able to find 1 kill at least.
Which is way more than I thought. And oh, look at that, Chub boy getting my name.
Yeah, my name gonna be taken out there. And that's very surprising, because typically CC should be good against the Phobias. And now I'm really starting to wonder whether or not this CC nerf was more notable than I thought.
I really think it is, because it was like that was the buff that made CC meta, where it was also just one tag saying that, okay, your stacks last a long time. And then it's like, okay, that's more than enough for CC to come back to the meta, because the reason before this is very hard for you to maintain that stack. And that's why basically no one uses the CC, because it's almost impossible for you to maximize. Like, look, the stack is already gone. So yeah, it's very hard for the CC to trade in lane.
And is this finally the downfall of the yo-yos? CC has been dominating meta for so long. And I actually thought that this nerf was not enough. It seemed like, okay, it decays faster, but surely it's not that bad, right? CC having a good time. Yeah, we can actually see the decay speed. It's just gone instantly, so wow.
Yep. Almost feels like you don't really have a passive, so feels bad, but pretty sure it is going to be something that teams will get used to. But now Xenix does have the Flash of the Oasis, so in terms of fighting power, that is a pretty big power spike for ESB, but we got to see how they're going to coordinate the fight. We can see that Sharkly is here. So, hey, maybe they want to go for a 5v5 finally.
Even if they try, your mind is already rolling around. Just the Baxia alone is effective to zone out ESB, especially since Zakwan has already died twice. The Gatot, who is meant to be the frontliner for ESB, is a little bit behind, so it's a lot more risky for him to stand up in front. Boy gonna need to do that. Let's get the Dark Wave in, already doing some damage to your mind. AOG cuts the fight in half, gets a 2-man knockup, excellently played. We see the Flirting Eagle, as well as the Azling combo coming in. They want to dive, they want to get kills, and they're actually getting the damage. Your mind gonna get taken down. They've lost 2 on their side, they're looking for Witch, but the damage is not quite there yet. They should still be able to get the turtle though, since they took out the Baxia.
Yep, and now my name is there trying to deter them a little bit, but all the while Keo did get the turret for free. The was still able to get the turtle, but overall, this is a very good start for ESB, considering that they're the comp that really want to scale up. But they got to be careful of Keo, because Keo has been free farming. It could become a problem later.
And we haven't seen a lot of Natan in pro play, but that's actually something that oh, hold on, my name is in trouble once again. Sharsky finds the 1v1 as a Harif. Wow, CC having a tough time now.
Oh yeah, seeing her basically losing 1v1s everywhere at 5 minutes. This is weird after seeing the dominance of CC, but all in all, Kyo is getting quite a lot of free farm here. AOG hits onto no one, and now A should be able to get out of here.
It's a good two-man dark wave, but they don't really have enough lockdown, so Azzy can just escort KO out of the lane for 189 right now. They know that this Natan is going to be their win condition, since my name is unfortunately not having a very good game. So they're gonna put resources into making sure he's taken care of. He's slightly ahead in terms of gold compared to the Harif, but not by very much. And we've already known how much success Harif had yesterday, so they gotta be careful about that one.
Now this is bad stuff because the CC has less gold than even the Matilda. Matilda has 1,980, but the CC only has 1,600. At 6 minutes, you still do not have your War Axe, and CC desperately needs that War Axe. And at this point, even if you do build the War Axe, the enemy is going to have too much items and levels on you that is not going to be that useful.
Ooh, they're trying to initiate on Set Boy. Circling Eagle comes out. He gets the Heart Guard, going to be used on top of the Phobius. RWM locks him in. AOG trying to catch KO, but he's going ham actually. And the rest of his team is escorting him forward. Flicker comes out from Azzy to go back defensively. Meanwhile, Witch holding back the Tri-Brush, not allowing the rest to catch up to them, which means that Set Boy and Zakwan just get abandoned and picked off by 189.
Yeah, but all the while, it does look like their idea here is that, okay, we're going to be letting go of the turtle, but look at the amount of farm that Dubois has been getting here. And looks like A as well as my name is going to deter him from getting that turret, but still, I kind of feel like it is a pretty good time for him. And I want to engage onto Kyo. But looks like Kyo is able to get away.
He's trying. Tempest of Blades is there, but you're 1v4. The rest of his team is just not available to follow up on that. But at the very least, Dubais is doing what you're hoping for a Ling to do, putting that split push pressure on. Even though their fights have not been going the most ideally, Sharsky and Dubais have actually been farming pretty well. So once we get into the later game stage, as long as they can deal with KO, ESB still have a pretty good foothold in this game.
By the way, chat, I know what you mean, but his name is Your Mine. Okay, we got my name and Your Mine. It could seem something else, but these are professional players, all right? They have very PG names. Speaking of which, I also just noticed the kill score doesn't really reflect what's going on into the game. It does look like 189 does have more kills, but I kind of feel like it really doesn't matter because in terms of the gold, there's not big of a difference, and ESB does not care about the kill and death. They just need more farm.
Yeah, it looks like the scores up there need a moment to be updated. Matilda in some trouble. Circling Eagle comes out. Heart Guard also going to be used. Dubai's trying to chase him down. Two-man Dark Wave into the AOG. Gets the knockup, and they are collapsing onto 189. Two members down in an instant. Your Mind trying to hold the front line as long as possible, but he's 1v5, and my name is a little bit too late to the party. Not to mention he has no farm at all. So it is 3 kills for nothing in favor of ESB.
Yep, Xenix, Dubai's, Sharksley, they are still unkillable in this match. And talk about wombo combo, a lot of control once you go in. And now I'm really interested to see again the itemization of Dubai's, because I did not see his items. I was looking more at the gold that my name had. But hey, looks like ESB coming in from Brunei showing up. And now, looks like we do have a match here, 189, struggling a little bit going up against ESB.
Yeah, unfortunately, even though the patch has dropped, the meta still remains where you need to have a foothold in the EXP lane. If your EXP laner isn't able to hold front line or contribute, it'll have a very difficult time. And my name is really a non-factor right now, which means that your mine has to be the solo front line. And as the jungler, that's not really a position you want to have. Even though they should be a little stronger in the early to mid game, they haven't been able to stop the farm coming in from Dubais and Sharsky enough. And that means the scaling is kicking in.
Yep. And now being in this kind of position, I kind of feel like it's going to be difficult. Oh, Kyo was able to get Xanax off screen here. It looks like A want to go in.
Circling Eagle goes in as he gets a nice knockup, but you can see that Sep Boy sacrificing himself to delay the fight. KO though picks up the double kill, and they will successfully zone out ESB completely from the Lord bit. AOG in, Zakwan wants to steal it, but he's not able to find it. KO finds the Lord, Zakwan goes down, Tempest Blades used defensively, but Sharsky has been abandoned. KO with the shutdown and the killing spree, and the momentum instantly reverses.
Looks like 189, they just had to wait for Keo. Keo took his time, but now with all the items, Keo's like, you know what, guys, get on my back. It's all good. It's all Gucci. I can deal the damage. And talk about damage, man. That was a lot coming out of Keo, but also a lot coming out from Witch, the highest damage dealt right now.
As is expected from Eve, you don't really see the damage coming out because it just happens so quickly. The cooldowns on this hero are very low. But this is the reason why I was wondering why Natan hasn't been seen more in pro play. This is genuinely a hero that scales incredibly well and isn't beholden to the same issues as other attack speed marksmen because he actually does magic damage. Well then Tempest Blade is going to be used up top to try and defend tier 2, but it's not successful. The Lord is also pushing bot.
The Holy Crystal has been built by Keo, so I really feel like the front line ain't frontlining going up against this push. In terms of the clear, is honestly not that great by ESB, where basically everyone has to get up close and personal to deal with damage. Wishing Lantern being built on Witch, and now Dubai has to get away. Whoa! He cannot.
That's insane damage. Dubai's has just gone instantly. AOG is too late. Heartguard cannot even save Zakwan because he melts in an instant to both the Eve and the Natan. The magic damage too high now from 189, and I'm not sure if ESB has enough defenses to survive it.
Well, Shark Sleep does have the Holy Crystal, so there is a lot of burst, but we saw in the previous match, oh, they just go in again.
The Zaman 4 is not going to save you here, but the hard dart does come out. Charsky is looking to re-engage, but look at how tanky your mine is. KO takes out the tower, takes out Sep Boy at the same time. Natan is unstoppable right now, and they're looking for even more. They know that one of the frontliners of ESB is down for another 20 seconds. The flying clouds are coming in. Dubai's looking for the flank. My name standing in front should be able to take out the mid inhibitor, and yup, they will back off there.
I do have to say, this is one of those games where it will not be difficult to choose who's going to be the MVP, man. Keo, once he has his items, he is really starting to take over the map. He engages, he does the damage, he clears the minion. At this point, he does it all. This is a good play where you're like, okay, I'm just going to draft around you. You can't carry us, right? It's like, no problem. Just take heroes that ensures the lane can't get onto me, and then we're good.
It looked like initially in the game, 189 wasn't doing a good enough job of stopping Dubai's from farming, but in dealing with the Baxia, ESB just ignored the Natan for a bit too long. And 189 even specifically kept Azzy with him to make sure he would be able to scale up. And so far, they're reaping the benefits.
Now with the Lord being up here, look at here, down bot. Dubai's is there, Azzy as well as Keo is just waiting. The moment Dubai shows his face, he might get deleted. I think. Depends on what's gonna happen, like right now.
Unfortunately, this is going to be a bit of a tricky situation. Lord is dropping low. Your mind going to be able to secure it. ESB was nearby, but Dubai's was not really going to take that fight. And now Sep Boy has been left in the lurch. AOG comes in, doesn't hit anyone. RDM locks them in. Dubai's comes in from the flank with the hard card, tries to go for Keo. Keo gonna ult away into the bush, actually escapes from the Ling, and they've taken out both of the frontliners now. ESB trying to back up to their base as fast as possible, but this is now going to be a 5v3 defense, and the Lord is pushing down mid lane. We're 15 minutes into the game. It is a 9k gold lead. Keo hits like a truck, and the Lord is coming in. The crystal is wide open, but even before it collides, the game is already over. 189 Esports takes game number 1.
I gotta say that the time coming in from Keo feels like an Exodia build, man. The moment he has his items, is basically game over, because anyone that has a shot of taking him down just cannot out damage him. Okay, never mind. Looks like the MVP is gonna go over to Witch being the mid laner, but again, probably because he did deal the most amount of damage and a lot of poking going on.
I mean, Eve is always a very consistent mage, and while I did think that a different pick might have been better in this game, it was exactly what they turned out to need. He was able to box them in. Unfortunately, I do think that ESB was a little bit too gung-ho with their initiation sometimes and just kind of ran into the RWM without really caring too much, and that allowed Witch to apply so much damage over time, especially with that Wishing Lantern.
And in your mind, this might also be, actually now I think about it, this is a huge buff stuff for Baxia, because the Dominance Ice, it helps with his passive as well. The more raw stats that the Baxia have, the more damage he's able to deny, and Baxia is one of the heroes that can actually get to the backline, to the mages, and when you're close enough to the mage, high chances all 5 members will be crowded alongside with you. So hey, maybe Baxia is coming back into S tier territory.
The thing is, I don't think Baxia ever really left S tier territory. He's been good in the previous meta. I feel like he was very consistent even before that. One of the few tank junglers that still works out even when tank junglers aren't meta. But I think there were some issues with the way that ESB was approaching this game in general. They were a bit too desperate to make things happen, and not really playing for the win condition that is the late game of their Ling and Hare.
I think their judgment was clouded because they had pretty good skirmishes in the mid game, right? Especially shutting down my name quite a bit. I feel like the biggest mistake was around that Lord when Q already popped off by killing off Angela first, and then when the Lord was very, very low, they tried to commit with the AOG coming in and then hoping for the Ling to steal. But I kind of feel like the timing was off, where the Gatot came in, they could gank him, and then the Ling came in. So the execution was bad, the timing was bad. I feel like it was like the first Lord, so it's not even worth it to sacrifice your life for that Lord. If it's like 17, 18 minutes, sure, but you know, below 12 minutes, I don't think it's worth it to sacrifice your life for a Lord.
I feel like the issue here is that ESB just wasn't really willing to lose anything, actually. Not objectives, not teammates, because every time a fight started, when 189 had caught someone by themselves and picked them up quickly, rather than just cutting their losses and sacrificing the teammate and keeping themselves alive, the Gatot would just keep AOGing in and saying like, okay, we have to save them right now, even though they're basically 100% dead already. And that ended up costing them even more bodies when there was no reason to do so.
Now, honestly, what if the shift is banning out these mid laners, especially the Eve as well as the... Maybe Farsa can, because there's a lot of EXP laners that can deal with the Farsa, but maybe Eve is the one that you have to let go, because if Dominance Ice starts becoming a problem, then more tank junglers come in. Tank junglers don't like to deal with Eve. That might be the key here. Both Kimi and Eve, I kind of feel like both are doing a phenomenal job in the mid lane right now. Kind of shuts down a lot of drafts.
Yeah, there's a tendency for teams to focus very hard on the junglers and the gold laners, so mid laners kind of end up slipping through the cracks. And it's not even like there's a very large mid lane hero pool right now. It basically is only Kimi, Farsa, Lunox, Eve. Am I missing anyone? Zusin, yeah, that's about it. Those are like the top picks. So if you wanted to get rid of like the pocket picks, it's not very difficult to do so. And we already saw how easy of a time Witch had in this game, because even though there was a Ling, he was too focused on taking out the Nathan, who he deemed to be the primary threat. So there were a lot of things that needed addressing.
Oh yeah, for sure. In terms of the bans, I don't think anything was so out of the pocket. They banned the Yisun Shin, like basically say, okay, we'll deal with the Hayabusa, but then the Hayabusa was not picked anyways. ESB, maybe the draft is just a little bit too risky. When it worked, but it's very clear that 189 really is like they went to university to learn about MLBB and be like, okay, teacher, what's the win condition? Oh, the win condition for this one is get 2 to 3 items, and then you're good. It's like, okay, teacher, until I get 2 or 3 items, I'll do nothing. And hey, it works, man. Like really making sure that everything's textbook. A is done, B is done, C is done. Let's win the game.
Yeah, personally, I really like the prioritization coming in here from 189. I feel like they could have afforded to be a little bit more aggressive to really punish the Ling pickup, but they actually had different plans right from the beginning, right? They figured that Labaxia would probably be able to handle the objectives fine on his own, so they decided to maximize on their gold lane instead, so that they would already have a really good position going into the mid-game phase. Kia was basically uninterrupted. And by the time that ESB decided, okay, maybe we should deal with the Natan, 189 had already shifted, focusing their priority on taking care of their gold lane. And then after that, there was nothing ESB could do.
Yeah, and at that point, it was an amazing banning out the Lapu as well as the Yuzong, because fighters going to the backline, hey, that might be the difference, right? Maybe at that point, Kyo could not deal the damage, because even if he's able to kill that fighter, he might be too low to stay in the fight for a long time. So something that they do have to think about, where the possibility that they need someone to dive in, and Ling is good, but assassin and fighter, the amount of time they stay in the back line is so different.
It's tricky. Not to mention that they started the draft with Angela Gatot as well, which already locked them in a little bit. Gatot is a very strong roam right now, and he actually clears wave pretty quickly. If you pair him with something like a Farsa or even, you can make a lot happen on the map as a mid roam duo. But Angela is not one of those, so it already slowed them down a little. Imagine if they actually had something like a Farsa, they could have gone even harder on my name and started spreading that influence to the other parts of the map.
I understand that having supports in mid is cool, is great, and there is a time and place for it. But I just think it's not that time just yet, because a lot of teams, they are conditioned for team fights, especially for the first 2 turtles. And in that kind of situation, you just want raw damage, right? You just want a lot of damage. So until Moonton revamps Angela to have Feather Airstrike, I would prefer her role to stay in the room.
Dude, if Angela... dude, I would be so entertained if Angela had...
Oh, that would be so cool, actually.
But I also would not want to deal with it. Imagine you hard guard someone and then you can Feather Airstrike while moving with them, right? That would just be a little busted.
Where do I feel like... Oh, you can get close, Mustafa. You can get close with Matilda. So Matilda guiding win, and then it has been done before. And I did it. It looked cool, but it's not worth doing. It's so hard for me to aim that thing when I'm flying, dude.
It's already hard to aim when you're standing still. So
Yeah.
trying to aim while you're moving is going to be even worse. I have heard that a lot as someone who cannot play FPS.
That is one of the rare situations where the rule of cool doesn't win out.
Yeah, unless you're an anime character, just don't do that.
Yeah. Or Sans. Sans, like, my FYP right now on TikTok is all about his outplays, and the dude does not have a cap on it, right? Like they go back 2024 or 23, all of his outplays, like, dude, Sans is insane. Some even bring up his clips when he was still playing jungle with the Yi and Shin. I'm like, bro, it wasn't even that meta during that time. Sounds amazing. Anyways, we're still watching 189 going up against ESB here.
I don't know if that technical issue up there is supposed to be there, or if it's just leftover from
I hope not.
previously, but we'll. Okay, we just got confirmation. It was supposed to be there, but all good. They fixed it, like, right when we were talking about it. So let's jump into the draft for game number 2.
Yep, and now the Lancelot is going to get banned out by ESB Titans. 189 being the second pick here with the changes. I kind of feel like, at least for now, it is safer to be in the second pick, because with past changes, you really don't know what's going to be the priority. But as a second pick, at least you can reliably get a good duo start, right? So even though ESB did lose in the second pick, but I feel like maybe it's just bias. I just like second pick overall. It feels a little bit safer, especially when I have no idea what the meta is right now.
It is nice to be able to counter pick. Blue side, typically the main advantage comes from having first pick, so it's really good in metas where there is like one or two super powerful like heroes that you want to have at all times. But otherwise, I do also think red side has a little bit more advantage, as long as you don't start with Angela, I think. Either way, Lancelot Baxia going to be the first bans here. So 189 actually getting rid of the jungler they used in game 1.
Mm-hmm. So now, looking at the bans here, they are taking their time a little bit. I wonder if CC is going to get lower in priority. ESB is going to be banning out the Arlet. We still have not seen a Kimi ban. So if the Kimi doesn't get banned out, it could be a potential first pick here for ESB. Or honestly, anything else. I just don't want Angela, man. Angela, I mean, like, please take something with damage.
Yeah, even if you wanted to go healer, I feel like there are actually better healers in the game. But from a personal perspective, I just don't really like seeing healer gameplay. I'm gonna be honest. I'd rather see big roam setters. That's more fun. But that's just me. Yisunshin and Arlet also going to be banned out by ESB, as well as the CC on 189 side.
Mm-hmm. CC still gets banned out, and again, the Kimi is not banned. But to be fair, as long as the Eve is still available, it's a pretty even matchup because at least you can keep on poking. You don't lose out by just getting showered on by Kimi. Can I even say that? Can I say get showered on by Kimi?
Yeah, I think.
Can I say that? Yeah. They banned the Grot,
I think it was
all right.
I think it was okay until you started asking about it. Like it could have just completely slipped under the radar.
You know what? My bad, G. My bad. But Kimi, right? There's got to be a Kimi, right? If it's not a Kimi, I can consider Hayabusa, Kalia, but we don't even see Kalia in the previous game.
I feel like right now, just based on what we've seen, Kimi just seems like one of the best like first pick heroes in the game because there's not a lot of stuff that disrupts her in the mid lane. She scales well, she's actually flexible, and yeah, it looks like ESB Titans will go ahead and grab the Kimi.
Mm-hmm. So what is going to be the prior here? I kind of feel like based on the previous game, they early picked the Eve. I think it's still fine so that you don't show your draft a little bit too much. Eve Gatot is okay. Eve Yuzong is good. Lapu is good. I feel like as long as you pick either or EXP, it should be fine. So Lapu and Gatot. So a lot of dive here coming in from 189.
I think that makes a lot of sense. You see a Kimi, you already know there's going to be a bit of a front line, back line split at least. So having a hero that's capable of diving is going to be very useful. And now that CC has been banned out, Lapu is one of the more universal lane picks that doesn't have a badly losing matchup. So I think this is a safer opening for 189. Keep things a little bit more open, though I personally prefer keeping EXP lane for later, just so you can counter.
Mm-hmm. But now the Hylos gets picked up, a very solid pick here. And Hayabusa is still open. If ESB does not pick up the Hayabusa here, I think it's safe to say that they're just not comfortable with it. And this time they do pick up the Atlas, so they understand the previous game there was no one diving to the back that at least can stay alive for a long time. So I like the Atlas as well as Hylos pick up. Whatever, if they pick up the Eve here, it's going to be easier for ESB to actually counter engage against the Eve.
Yeah, I get the
Jushin should be amazing.
Yeah, Zusin would be really good now for 189 actually. Either Zusin or Lunox, I would say, depending on what they're going to be looking for. I think they probably want to consider banning the Eve once they've picked up their hero here, since, as you mentioned, it would be a really good combo with the Hylos and the Atlas for just straight up team fighting. So 189 goes for the Hayabusa first.
Mm-hmm. So this time they do go for the Hayabusa, but ESB, they really should ban out the Lunox as well as the Jushin, because the Eve did have a MVP performance, but I feel like they have the draft to deal with it right now. 189, maybe they can consider betting out a strong gold laner that can potentially carry the team. Because ESB, they have a lot of sustain now, just not a lot of damage. But because they do have a Kimi, they can play double fighter, but I don't think they're gonna get a good assassin here. I mean, what am I talking about? They might pick the Ling again. Who knows?
Yeah, it's possible. I am definitely not a fan of it though, especially with a Kimi already in the mid lane. You ideally want to have a stronger roam and jungle duo just to be able to make more happen on the map. The Zeusin does end up getting banned out, so right now ESB Titans still going in the way we're expecting. But 189 actually bans out the Fredrin, so I think that's also very smart. Because like we mentioned, ESB wants to have a stronger mid trio to support the Kimi.
Yeah, especially if you're just gonna have like 3 dominance eyes for the Alice, Hylos, as well as the Fredrin. It might eventually get annoying for the Hayabusa to be like, dude, I ulted 5 times in a fight and none of you are going down. Actually, that might be funny to see. I don't think it will happen, but it will be funny to see if the Haya ults like 5 times and no one dies.
Yeah, the scariest thing about playing as a Hayabusa is if the opposite side is just too bulky in general, because your Ogi Shadow Killer wants to take advantage of squishier targets. So they also get rid of the Esmeralda, which means that if 189 doesn't go for the Eve here, there is the possibility of it being picked up by ESB.
Mm-hmm. So now you kind of have to shoot your shot. Do you ban out the Lunox or ban out the Eve? I feel like either or is fine. The other option, I guess, is ban out a gold laner like a Harif, but then you're just going to give them the Granger. But I think with the draft that ESB have, they should be able to deal with the Granger because a lot of bodies, you can just block the shots.
Yeah, now that you bring that up, maybe getting rid of Harif would be safer. Yeah, looks like they agree. So they ban the Harif as the final ban on the blue side, and the Granger gets locked in by 189, securing one of the last viable marksman picks and making sure ESB doesn't have the Granger Kimi combo.
Personally, for me, I would take Ruby Gold and then just pick up whatever scaling jungler that you can have. I don't like the Ling, but yeah, they do go for the Ruby. Oh, I'm calling this draft. Whew, I'm proud of myself.
Yeah, honestly, we're on point
jungle,
here.
Yeah.
Haya and Lance are both gone. It's definitely not a Ling game anymore.
Do they just buy the bullet? Oh, well,
oh my god,
well,
no way.
Well, hey.
Well,
it
I
kind of
predicted
worked.
it
Okay?
in a way.
Kind of worked. It kind of worked. Okay, so it could. Options, man. Eve, Lunox, either or is fine. Other than that, I don't know. Is there any other better picks? I don't think so.
I think those are both good. Eve or Lunox are both good. In fact, now that we've seen the Ruby and the Ling, I think it might be a good Eve game again, since Witch already played a really strong one last time. Lunox is also fine though. I think that makes a lot of sense if you want to burst down the frontliners like the Alice and the Hylos. I still personally prefer 189's draft a little bit here, but ESB has options.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, ESB, the draft really depends on Xenix. If he's able to basically sustain a long time dealing that damage, then I can really see them taking over the game. But doing so is going to be very difficult, especially if the Alice is not able to hold Lapu to stay in his lane for a very, very long time. Because it really is a battle of cat and mouse here. Because ESB, they do have that link, but the real threat is going to be that Kimi. And 189, they have multiple ways to shut that Kimi down. Honestly, even Witch with that Lunox, if he does have that flicker, he can just avoid any front line and then just deal directly on the Kimi. And then once Kimi is gone, it's pretty easy for them to dissect ESB one by one.
Yep, that's exactly what ESB is going to want to avoid here. If they can create space for Dubais to get some farm up, then he will be able to take out the Granger quite easily later on. But it all comes down to Dewey's first few minutes. And it looks like we are going to jump into a quick pause once again, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll have some time to think about what's going to happen here.
You know what's good and bad, Stafa, in my career as a caster? I really learned how to summarize my points. The problem is once I summarize my points, I don't know what else to say. Right? Like it is a cat and mouse battle. The Kimi is gonna be the star of the show, where kind of like in the previous game, we saw Kyo with the Natan. He's the hyper carry. He will deal a lot of damage. Kimi is not that bursty, but sacrificing burst for a potential setup as well. The traction pulls can be a good start to a fight. The problem is, I think it's going to be very difficult for her to really start a fight when there's a lot of dashes and a lot of diving going on. So maybe they can catch one, maybe they can catch two, but a full 5 team is going to be pretty difficult.
Yeah, the big issue here for the side of ESB Titans is that their damage is going to be kind of slow.
Oh, not nice.
Well, you spoke too soon, sir.
I should not.
You really need to. Yeah. You really need to give it time, man. You gotta let it marinate a little bit, Lafel. You keep doing this.
I'm sorry. I've been practicing. I've been practicing my reaction time. I like to play game stuff. I want to be faster, but I guess I gotta slow down. I gotta go back playing the high loss, you know?
Well, okay, we are getting information that there is a bit of a device issue happening here. So once again, we're going to leave it to the marshals and the production to make sure that is done. And that means that we have a little bit more personal time with you guys in chat.
Yay, chat. Yay. Love talking to you.
You need to be more excited, Lafel.
Oh, sorry.
Hey,
chat,
no,
man.
like we're talking to chat, Lafel.
Chat, man.
You can't.
Well,
you can't make them think you don't want to see them.
Sorry, I've been practicing that. I have said that when I have family meetings, they're like, "Are you not excited to be here?" It's like, no, I am excited. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
This is what I sound like when I'm excited.
Okay.
Okay, we've been informed that it's for real this time, guys. So let's go ahead and jump into Land of Dawn for game number 2. 189 Esports currently 1 game up, 1 game away from taking this series against ESB, and they're already wailing on Zakwan. First blood to Ozzy.
Okay. And honestly, even Sharkly having a bit of a tough time. Looks like 189. They got a very big confidence boost based on game number 1. They're like, hey, let's kick it up a notch. And because of that, Zenix is having a rough time here. Now I'm having very, very less confidence for ESB chances in this game.
Yeah, this is already not a good start. Zakwan goes down as a high-lows, by the way. This is supposed to be one of the most naturally tanky heroes in the game. Taken out at level 1 before the 1 minute mark. And Starsky having difficulty in lane as the fighter gold. You need to be winning if you're playing fighter gold into a marksman, or you're not really maximizing this pick.
Although I do have to say, besides John Wick, especially John Wick, I rarely see a Scythe winning a gun battle. Honestly, in enemies that happens a lot, but Western media, not so much.
I think the funniest thing in anime is if everyone just uses some kind of melee weapon and then some guy just pulls out a gun, you know? It's just...
hey.
You just never see it coming.
They got to censor that, but now my name goes in and actually gets onto Zenix.
Now a nice flicker, Throne of Ruin onto 2, which is now in trouble. Ozzy also dropping low. Brilliance comes out. 2-man taunt onto Zepboy and Zakwan. But Dubais is jumping around. He will pick off Ozzy in the end. But they also trade for bodies. Zepboy gonna follow Zakwan. 2 members down on ESB Titans. 189 still all 5 strong, but some of them have to back off the heal, so the turtle gets reset.
But still, it was not a complete disaster for ESB. Getting a kill onto the Dubois is good, and the fact that Zenix did not die is absolutely amazing. Speaking of which, finally hook!
Yep, I'm offended onto Kyo, but Kyo honestly playing a great game right now. He looks like we've got the ego challenger type gold lane. I'm surprised Dubois didn't jump in there, but he doesn't actually have enough energy, so that's a bit of a missed opportunity. First turtle goes to 189.
I'm surprised that Sharksley did not use the flicker. I legit think he could have gotten that kill. You know, flicker, second skill, basic attack first kill, and I think he could have gotten that.
Ooh, your mind trying to steal the orange buff. Looks like he will succeed as well. Sepboy not able to stop the Hayabusa, but now Dubai is gonna cut off his path in the river. Dubai's, be careful. You're very low on HP. Tempest Blaze comes out. Dubai goes down to the Oki Shadow kill. Throne of Ruin though. Lands in the back. Sepboy finish off your mind. Raging Slash follows up on Zakwan. Glorious Pathway going to be used defensively. Zhang still doing a lot of damage from the flank, but there's not gonna be any more casualties here.
Yep. But overall, even though yes, Dubois did get taken down, I feel like it is a worthy trade because your mind did get the buff, killing him off, making sure that he doesn't get the timing correctly whenever he wants to invade again. I think it's pretty crucial here. Goal lead around 1,005 for 189 is substantial. But as long as they keep their turrets alive, I think there's still a chance for ESB Titans here.
ESB does have late game scaling. They have Ling, they have Kimmy. Even Ruby actually isn't too bad with some items. But we can see 189 really hold the Hayabusa. Looks like your mind not going to be able to continue that. AOG also going to be used. This is very aggressive play as expected from the red side.
So now, during the fight around the turtle, I kind of feel with them just losing just a little bit and then your mind doing a lot of counter jungling, maybe it is a better idea for them to just hover around the turtle, but let the boys actually get farm, especially in that gold lane.
Oh, they got the taunt on Sharky on, instantly caught out by 3 members of 189. Sepboy comes in with Throne of Ruin, which is good, but the follow-up is not there. Dubai is trying to take the turtle. The fight is completely split right now. Revitalize comes in. Who gets the objective? It's Dubai. He secures the turtle for his team. And now 189 actually stuck inside the turtle pit. My name is going to be chased down by Dubai, but Dubai doesn't have enough damage yet. This is a lot who you're dealing with. My name picks up the killing spree. Azzy in trouble. AOG going to be used. Xanax falls, and they'll even pick up Zakwan on top of it. Ogi Shadow Kill chases down Sepboy, and it is a near team wipe for 189 Esports.
It's unfortunate, but ESB definitely made a lot of mistakes in basically all skirmishes because Sharksley was in a bad position where I think he was trying to prevent a rotation going towards the turtle, but he does not have a winning position in terms of items or levels. And then trying to back him up was good coming in from Sepboy, but I kind of feel like delaying them is enough. They really don't need to fully commit. And like you said in your previous analysis, they don't know when to cut their losses, and that might be costing them the game.
There's a very bad habit from ESB Titans where when they start a fight, they have to commit to it. All 5 members, no matter where they are on the map. And that's just not the way you want to approach MLBB in general. We're already looking at a near 5k gold lead for 189, 6 minutes into the game.
I think it's still recoverable. Being 5,000 behind is very dangerous, but Keo does not have a lot of kills. So maybe at most he only has 10 stacks of Skypiercer, not 80. So he's still able to deal with that. I'm more worried about this 1v1 though. Dubai, my name has proven he can take you down. So gotta be careful for that. Just don't die to the Lapo 1v1 again.
As he goes in for one-man taunt. Sepboy not able to jump on top of which your mind standing on the other side of the river waiting for a chance to enter. They see him, they pop the conceal, they want to chase this Hayabusa down, but your mind just very easily quad shadows out of the way. And while all of this is happening, KO is taking the bot tower, and now they recollapse, forcing the blink away from the Alice. Sepboy just barely survives. Your mind looking for the follow-up kill, but KO comes in from the bottom side, picks him off with the Death Sonata from their own jungle. 189 surprising us at every turn.
Yeah, the problem is that the Hayabusa committed a quad shadow, and one of the shadows was actually close by to Xenex. So they just thought that your mind would not use the shadow to come back into the fray. So everyone was scattered. ESB was not ready for that fight because they assumed like, oh yeah, there's no way the Hayabusa will start something here. But again, they were wrong in that assessment.
Sharsky going to need to use the flicker to get away from the Yogi Shadow Kill down bottom. And the bot tier 2 will eventually fall slowly but surely. 189 is taking more and more of the map away from ESB Titans, and less space means less farm.
Looking at the items, it's unfortunate Ling only has 1. probably a very good reason why hasn't been able to get a kill here and there. Berserker Fury is pretty strong, but I kind of feel like you really need at least a Hasclaw to sustain longer in the fight.
Yeah, and that's the rough thing about Ling. It just takes too long to come online. Mid-tier 1 will fall. ESB Titans not able to stand in front at all anymore. Even their frontliners have fallen 2 behind at this point. Conceal gonna be popped. They're looking for the Lapu Lapu up top, but I don't really think that's a target you can burst down.
Yeah, I really feel like they should not commit. Just get some farm. Because at this point, to deal with my name as well as Ozzy, because I don't remember. I think the only anti-heal they have is on Xenix. And I feel like in this situation, with the buff Dominance Ice, I kind of want to see more Life Bane, more anti-heal coming in from ESB.
Oisharsky all by himself gets the 2-man I'm offended, but the Revitalize keeps KO on top of it. Boy trying to chase him down. Zakwan as well, looking for this Granger. They know this is their main target. AOG going to be used defensively, saves the Granger, creates the space, locks down both with the taunt, and now the Brilliance comes in. KO looking for some vengeance. You chased me down, now I'll do the same to you. Zakwan going to ice for it.
Big problem when they don't have enough damage. And now even the Tempest Blade has been used, Dubai's gets taken down.
That is actually insane right now. The aggression from 189 reaching a fever pitch. They are nearing the 10k net worth lead mark. And at 10 minutes, that is basically GG. ESB Titans now going to need to pray for a miracle.
I guess the way that they can do it is just diving a little bit too hard, but with 10,000 gold, if you're able to kill my name as well as Witch, that could be a big swing, because that is a shutdown. I don't know, Stafa. I don't think it's enough. I don't think shutting down my name and Witch is gonna be enough for, say, Dubois to get an additional item off of those kills.
I agree. At this point, even picking someone off is not going to get them back into this game. I think we're looking at a more fundamental issue here, where the way ESB Titans is approaching the game is already incorrect.
Now we can see your mind going in, using the quad shadow to zone ESB back into the base, and now the Lord marching in. They still have a lot of tools to fight here, Stafa. They might actually go in.
Lord's Pathway comes out. That'll slow down 189 from breaking into the base. Lord has collided with the top inhibitors, slowly taking it down. 189 shifts to the mid side to do some damage there as well. My name is stuck inside the base. Will be able to dash out eventually, but ESB Titans are sticking there. Ogi Shadow Kill comes out, forces out the
Now Conceal being used. Now they define my name, but again, the biggest problem is just they don't have enough damage. Yep, and now looking at the base, looks like 189 has a pretty good shot if they want to end it here.
Yeah, at the very least, there's not too many minions to deal with. Throne of Root catches one, but Brilliance is just used instantly. And now the Shaker connects her two. Slowly but surely, 9 is poking and prodding ESB. They'll survive for now, but I'm not sure how long they can hold.
Almost 13,000 gold here. 189 is collecting more than 1,000 gold per minute. So this is going to be very difficult. Oh, AOG goes in.
AOG jumps in, 2-man taunt. Xenix is already gone. Ogi Shadow Kill is melting them. The Flicker, I'm offended, catches Kyo, but it's not enough damage. He picks up the double kill, and now only Boy and Dubais are left alive. 2v5, they're trying to defend. There's no minion waves. They should be able to hold on for now, and 189 will back it off.
And the Lord is going to spawn in roughly 30 seconds, so they could wait for that as well. But it looks like that's not the plan. They want to go in.
They know this is a chance. They know it's still going to be 5 seconds before the rest of ESB come back. They're pushing in with 2 waves of minions. Ogi Shadow Kill comes out, canceled by the Tempest of Blades. The Crystal is wide open. They're focusing on it, and they will find it. It's going to be a 2-0 clean sweep as 189 Esports emerges victorious.
Different from game number 1, 189 waited for Kyo to get the items and then eventually carry the team. This time, from the get-go, a quick gank in mid with the Hayabusa getting them a kill and then snowballing off of that. And you're right, Stafa. I kind of feel like for ESB, they need to start working on some of their fundamentals again to be able to get a spot in the semifinals.
It's unfortunate to have to say, but I feel like ESB's performance here doesn't even quite match up the Made in Thailand's from yesterday, and they've already been eliminated, so things are not looking too good for them. But it is looking pretty good for 189 Esports, which going to be the MVP once again for game number 2 on this Lunox. Deathless, doing so much damage, and the Brilliance is a very useful tool here, because if anyone jumps on you, you just pop it and you're able to run away scot-free.
Yep, pretty safe, as well as one of the reasons why Lunox is pretty good in this meta. Able to deal with a lot of tanky heroes. This doesn't matter what kind of items that they have, and do it kind of continuously. So it's kind of a mix of burst and DPS, and now showing good sportsmanship between the teams. And yeah, I kind of feel like ESB, it's not over for them just yet, but they have a lot to kind of figure out before they go up against Timor Leste 3v Esports.
That's going to be their final match of the group stage. As we already know, the group stage is only a single round robin, 2 matches per team, and ESB has already lost this first series without a single win to their name. It's going to be very for them to claw their way into the playoffs. They got to play some potential, but 189 has definitely given themselves a little bit more working room. You see that even my name able to get up on that board with 4 kills to his name here. But KO, we gotta keep an eye on KO. I feel like he has really strong mechanics for a gold laner.
Oh yeah, for sure. And like you said, very ego challenging. And I kind of feel like he just understands his opponent, where the opponent is not gonna be using like the flicker very aggressively. So maybe that's why he can take more shots in. And yeah, definitely something that we have to see. Able to use the Natan, a scaling hero, able to use a Granger, a very lane dominant hero, which is amazing because it's the best of both worlds. And that in itself, in one series, already puts yourself as multi-dimensional. It's not like a one trick saying like I can only play early, I can only play late. No, he can play both.
He's got really good composure, actually. Even in times when he would get caught by things or was near death, he would still be doing his job. Like, that is actually a really, really important quality and a very impressive one as well. I'm kind of eager to see how he'll match up with the gold lane players we saw on day 1, right? We already saw some really impressive ones there. KO certainly seems to be joining those ranks. And currently, 189 looks to be in a very good position for making it into the next stage, but we still got 2 more best of 3s today to find out who is actually going to meet them there.
And hey, if 189 wins their next battle against 3v Esports, they're going to be at the #1 spot in Group B, and that means that it is going to be a rematch between Leon as well as 189, because again, 189 was the runner-ups. I kind of feel like they want to get that revenge. But for now, we're going for a very quick break. But after this, we're going to be starting off the second match of Group B.
để thanh toán, dễ dàng, an toàn và nhanh chóng. Thỏa sức khám phá, thưởng thức và trải nghiệm. Visa trong tay, chạm Apple Pay, chạm cả thế giới.
Our heartbeats trying to take some time, calling stars and rhythms, trying carving rooms through sweat and grind. We last and down from night, flipping scars and canyons slide. One more rumble down, good day. Nice to meet you. Strike our roots and dreams entwined. Our halos lost in sacred shine. Crystallize in its holy shrine. Nice to meet us.
Bang 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 重なるハーモニーダンシングの祝福のリズム耳を澄ませば聞こえてくる星がささやく夢特別な今日をとびきりの旅で埋め尽くそう宝物はいつもそばにキラキラと咲くその笑顔五線譜のリボンぎゅっと結んで花束にしちゃおうバンバンバン重なるハーモニーダンシングの祝福のリズムその声をあなたへ心つなぐこのメロディー遠くても願いを込めて踊ろうよベンベンダずっとキラリ透き通るきらめき愛で守りたいの道に迷いそうなそんな時は思い出してほしい胸を張って深呼吸して見上げた空に光る星瞬く BPM 想像もできないパーティーが始まるバンバンバン空に打ち上げようシンガーソング それぞれに来年もきっと100年先も一緒に歌おうベンベンベン重なるハーモニー天真な祝福のリズムその声あなたへ心つなぐこのメロディーどこでも願いを込めて踊ろうよベンベンな
changed at all.
Have you really forgotten everything, Vexana? We made a promise to protect this world. Yeah, I made it myself, you know. Look.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the M Challenge, and this is Group B, and we're about to jump into the second game of this group, which is going to be ESB from Brunei going up against 3V Esports from Timor Leste. Welcome back, my name is Rafael, alongside me is Staffa, and Staffa, we started out with a 2-0. Now both these teams, Brunei qualifier, Timor Leste qualifier, unknown entities here, Staffa.
Yeah, these are very much emerging regions here in MLBB who haven't had a lot of exposure on the international level. So I personally am excited to see what they've got in store. Unfortunately, ESB Titans had a very difficult time in the previous matchup against 189 Esports, and now they're going to be pushed against a wall. It's a very similar situation to what Made in Thailand encountered yesterday when they lost their first clean sweep and had to try and get a victory in order to make it to the playoffs, but were not able to do so. Now the question is whether or not we will see ESB meet the same fate, or if they can make something happen.
Well, we got to talk about what Made in Thailand even did yesterday, where a way for them to get back into the game was actually swapping the roles, where the roam went to the goal went to the roam. I'm unsure if we're going to see something like that, something as drastic as that going to happen again today. But now, just recapping on the leaderboard, 189 Esports is number 1 with 3 full points, ESB with no points, and 3V Esports with no points as well. If it's anything like yesterday, I would say this game is basically an elimination match for ESB. If they're able to win out against 3V, then there's a high chance that 3V might get eliminated based on how strong 189 Esports was.
But we haven't gotten the chance to see how 3V actually performs just yet. And I do see quite a lot of supporters in the chat actually for 3V, maybe a lot of fans from Timor Leste who are looking to support their team right here. As we mentioned in the beginning of the day as well, this is one of the few teams here in MCCM that actually has import players, and it is the only team with Indonesian imports. So I'm actually very interested to see how those playstyles might merge.
Hey, you know what? Timor Leste is now in ASEAN. Shout out. It happened in Malaysia. It was a beautiful time. Even the media was crying tears. So, hey, emerging region, not just for MLBB, but on the world stage. Wishing good luck for Timor Leste in basically all avenues. But we got to start with this one. Going up against ESB Titans from Brunei. I wonder if after that game, we saw one of the players looking very intently, like in the replay of the game, trying to figure out what went wrong. I don't know. I don't think it's enough time for them to figure it out. But hey, if they do, then shout outs to them.
I will honestly be very impressed if ESB Titans is able to figure out the issues that they had in the previous matchup, because if it was something simple like, okay, maybe the draft wasn't quite up to par or anything, then they could certainly have discussed and fixed it in between the break. But we already pointed out during the game itself that their issues might be on a more fundamental level. There were a lot of issues with communication, decision making, and just overall gameplay that I think will make their journey very difficult here.
By the way, shout out to everyone watching live from Hanoi, because I'm looking at a setup here and it actually looks pretty amazing, from the production to the stage to the teams. It's looking pretty good. Never been to Vietnam before, but hey, everything looks amazing. And like you said, we have fans here, I would say, from both Brunei as well as Timor Leste. And I don't know what the meta is going to be. Apparently for Brunei, they really like that Ling. Hasn't worked out so far, which could be good for 3V. I'm pretty sure they watched that game, and maybe they won't bat out the Ling, but I'm pretty sure they figure it out. Okay, just beat the mid duo, and then there's a good chance that they're able to win out against the jungler as well.
Personally, after watching the previous matchup, I think I would just go for full-out death ball compositions. The team compositions that are basically designed to excel at 5v5ing and even counter-engaging, because it does feel like ESB really likes fighting to a degree that isn't very good for their overall gameplay stance. They need to actually figure out how to cut their losses. They need to know when is the time to actually just sacrifice someone, especially when they are already behind. And if they're able to fix those issues, then we might be able to see a little bit more from them.
You want to know teams like ESB, what are heroes that they absolutely hate to fight against? A Florin. Right? You just go in, you think you get the kill, all of a sudden the big burst of HP comes back and you're like, no, let's just say we killed them once, we can kill them again.
Honestly,
Not
I feel
just
that.
Florin, the Faramis, less on stuff like Estes, but us normal casual rank players, we've been there, man. I'm like, okay, I almost killed you once. You're heal full HP, but I can do it again. Even with my ult not available, with my skills are down, I can do it again.
Like, honestly, Florin is one thing, but from a personal standpoint, I hate Estes. And you say, like, not so much Estes. As a certified Estes hater, I'll tell you now, yes, it does count Estes. He heals so much, it is ridiculous. But we will follow up on that plot point a little bit later. For now, we've got ESB and 3V up on screen. For ESB, it's going to be the same 5 Ps. We've got Sepboy, Zakwan, Dubai, Sharsky, and Zenks. And then for 3V, we've got V, Hunter, Van, Shinra, and Zhao Silent. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
Yeah, I believe the gold leader as well as the jungler are in the nation. And now we're jumping into draft here for 3V. We got Coach Nizanov as well as Coach Axe.
Yeah.
Nizanov. Sounds very EEC.
Close enough.
Now 3V batting out the Angela, but we're already seeing hand being raised here. Might have trouble for ESB.
Ooh, hopefully not. Seems to be maybe a headset issue. Yeah, based on what's happening there, might be a headset issue, which, if that's the case, shouldn't be too bad. Headset issues are typically quite easy to fix. But the Angela first ban is definitely unnecessary, I think. We already saw a ESB use it once, and there's a reason why not a lot of teams have had success with it.
I mean, they're showing respect, Staffa. Wait, hold on. Is their coach a female there? Is that Nis? I already forgot the name. But that might be the coach.
The way you said female there sounded a little bit like there was a weird emphasis.
I don't know how to talk about the opposite gender, okay? I'm married. There's very limited things I can say with my vocabulary.
I don't know how that makes sense, sir. I feel like that should actually give you more experience. I'm not married. I should be the one in that position.
Okay, you know what my problem is, Tafa? I'm like, what, 30, 31 years old. I do not know when to call someone ma'am, miss, Mrs. Even the guys, like, I have no idea how to use those subtitles.
That's why I call everyone sir. And I'm metagaming it. Yeah, why not?
Hey, no. You cannot, okay? In this day and age, you cannot just misrepresent someone, okay? Someone might identify as a violent.
Neutral term, sir. It's the thought that counts.
Yep. I do count thoughts, that's for sure. But yeah. You know what? It's great being in Southeast Asia. We really don't care about that. Pronouns, pronouns. Because I like, trust me, I've met some Americans and then they're like, yeah, maybe you shouldn't visit. You know, I think stay where you are. It's all good. You know, it's all good. I legit, I don't think I can survive it in America. I would also be like seeing a girl and I'd be like, sir, what's up, sir? How are you doing, Mrs.? Am I doing it correctly, sir?
Yeah. Honestly, you could just go dude. No, I think dude just kind of works, right?
I have people having problems with me calling them babe.
You know, I think that's a different case, Lafel. I can see why.
Okay, it's a Johorian thing. Okay, people in Johor and Singapore, we call everyone babe. It's not like BABE. It's BEB.
Okay, that's the first time I've heard of this. I'm gonna tell you. Oh, I genuinely have no idea if you're pulling my leg right now or if this is legit.
No. Dude, if there's any Johorians in chat, Singaporeans in chat, they can vouch. It's like apa sih, gitu lah babe, you know, stuff like that.
Really? Okay. Well, this is what happens when I don't know any Johorians. I know Singaporeans, but I know they've never really spoken to me like that, so I can't say for sure.
Well, they're pretentious. What can I say? They want to act like they're better than us. But hey, that's Singapore, you know.
What? Wait, what does that have anything
Especially
to do with it?
Especially against Johori. Look, dude. You gotta travel, man. You gotta travel. You gotta know the politics between different states, countries, nations, just so you can get it. Like, do you know how big of a deal chicken rice is?
Where exactly?
Especially Singapore, but because Singapore has a lot of importance in Southeast Asia, we take offense to that.
I see. Honestly, that makes sense to me. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I don't really know the politics of things. I'm gonna be honest with you, sir. I'm just here for a good time, you know. I talk about games for a reason, Lafelle. It's because I don't know anything else.
Got it. You know what? I respect that. I respect that, and I even say I'm envious.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me.
You wish
think of a
you
fun
could be
fact that
me.
you would not know. I would say, it's got to do that stereotype where in Johor and in Singapore, you can tell where they're from
Okay.
when they are not doing anything. They don't say anything. They don't walk. They're sitting it out. They're not doing anything. But you can somehow tell either they're Singaporean or Johorian. And I'm not saying Malaysian.
Interesting. You're going to need to like give a little bit more context about how exactly
Okay.
that would work.
Like you know people who are how should I say this? You know when guys like the same gender, they know guys that like the same gender. It's the same thing. You know, like
Okay,
if you're
I
that kind of
see.
person, you would know. You know, if you're gay, you have a gaydar. If you're racist, you have a racist dar. If you're
okay, sure. You're not wrong
you're a
about the
gamer-
first one.
you know other gamers. If you're a psychopath, you can tell when someone else is a psychopath.
All right, I'll have to take your word for that. Sure. All right. Yeah, I don't really know how to contribute to this conversation because I clearly am out of my depth right now, and people will look at me and be like, "This is like simple stuff, you know. You should know this stuff." But no, I don't. I'm in shambles, everyone.
I do have to say, because of my autism, I have no idea how my childhood like really persists. I don't remember anything from my childhood, man.
I see.
Yep.
That's very.
I'm envious
that's
because
very
my
sad.
parents are still friends with their like sekolah rendah friends, you know. I don't even remember anyone from like primary school. I don't remember the guy I met last week.
remember people from. Okay, that's. I don't believe that. I'm gonna be honest with you because like I have that issue, and personally, from my perspective, I feel like you're the more social guy here. You know, you feel like you know people, and
I'm
like
a comedian.
if you don't know people, I don't know where that puts me, man. Like, I'm in a really terrible shape if that's the case.
Let me teach you. It's very simple stuff, okay?
All right, sure.
First, pose. All right, pose, and
All
then
right, all right, yeah.
your right arm reaches up, right at an angle, and then you come in,
Uh-huh.
and then you're like, "Hey, bro," and then that's it. That's all you do.
And then that's it. I see.
You don't remember
What-
their
what
names.
happens next?
You're just like,
Oh, I see.
"Bro,
yes.
what's up? I haven't seen you in a while. Like, what was the last time we met again? You let them answer.
I mean, then they'll tell you when was the last time you met, but they won't tell you their name, Lafel. Surely you have to
that
remember
gives me
their
time.
name at some point.
That gives me time, man. That gives me time.
So you're just loading in there, basically.
You know, one person I need to
Okay.
prolong the conversation to remember their name.
Yeah?
The Simon from SRG.
Really?
So now you know how
What?
bad it is. Dude,
You
I've
what? Really? Simon's not even a difficult name to remember compared to like some others.
See, I got autism, man. I have professional help with medication, with counseling and everything. I've got techniques, bro. When I just don't remember, I got techniques.
Interesting.
I got the
interesting.
kata. I got the wind
I've been,
style.
I
And
personally, I've just been working on like having the courage to just go up to like just be like, dude, I actually don't remember your name.
you see, that would be
Which can
easier,
be-
but
It can be kind of embarrassing sometimes, right? Because the like during MPLMY, like I think it was like the last week of MPLMY, I was chatting with some peeps from Team Ray, right? And I had met like the Team Ray guy, like the same guy before, but I didn't remember his name. So I asked his name, and that was okay because I had only really like met him once before. The issue was I was chatting with two guys, and the other guy was Frost, and I had met Frost multiple times before, but I did not recognize him. So I asked both of their names, and Frost was like, huh?
yeah,
that was
See, that's why you need
yeah.
techniques.
Nah, man, I don't have techniques. I'm just straight as an arrow, you know.
Hey, I'm not. Wait, pause. No, I'm straight.
Wait, hold on.
You know what I mean?
Hold on a second
Wait,
here,
hold-
sir.
Pause. I think the stream is lagging. I hope the stream.
Let's
but
hope
we're
your wife
looking
is
at
not
highlights here.
watching.
Nah. It's because of the chat.
No.
No, my wife is right next to me. My wife is legitimately next to me.
I see. Well,
Yep.
best of luck to you, sir.
Yep. Either way, we saw a bit of the highlights there. Honestly, not a lot to say without really glazing 189 a lot. Because again, like, they're pretty strong. And I would say they're strong because of their fundamentals. Solid draft as well, but really what's really shown is the fundamentals.
But at the same time, you kind of have to ask the question, like, yes, 189 had pretty solid fundamentals, their micro was good, but how much of it was because they were really good, and how much of it was because ESB was missing something, you know?
Yes.
Yes. Because we saw a similar issue yesterday, right? Where when Saigon and Leon both faced Made in Thailand and both looked really solid, but then when they faced off against each other, Saigon seemed to be on another level, right? So there are levels to this, you know?
There are levels to that. It's just a conversation I'm not ready to have, you know? Because I don't want to look like a bully, man. I don't want to look like a bully.
I see. I feel like after you've been casting long enough, at a certain point, you just have to look at teams and give it to them straight, you know?
And that's what I
feel
am,
like I've been saying you know a lot.
Straight.
Ah, okay, that's good to know. Gotta clarify that at the very end. But yes, let's go straight into the draft here. And once again, thank you everyone for being patient with us. We've resolved the technical issues. Let's have a look at the picks for Game 1 between 3V and ESB.
And honestly, thank you for the ones that are impatient as well, but are still here. Right? Either ways, just being here is amazing. Lunang's bad. Now that is very interesting stuff. You would think because of that, I'm smelling something like a Uranus, something like a Esmeralda, something tanky in the EXP. Because
Rafael?
even ESB did not use Lunox just now.
Rafael, I really wish you didn't use the term smelling right before Uranus.
Pause, bro. Bro, not like that, bro.
Hey, like a lot of things are being aired out on the cast today.
Anyway, that's what happens when we have a lot of time. Time changes people.
Yes.
You know that? You know that saying? People change. It's because of time.
People change, alright. I feel like LaFell, you never change though.
Look,
And that's a
I
good
tried,
thing,
okay?
depending on who you ask.
Yeah. Kalia first pick. Now that's interesting, considering that they banned the Lunongs. What is going to be the pairing here? Is it going to be the Farsa? Because what else has a lot of bursts?
And
I guess
Farsa
Eve
would
is
be the
okay,
most
but-
obvious pickup. Eve is not bad, but Farsa would be the most obvious. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. We have seen pairings of Kalea with Kadita in the past, but so far that's not a hero that's been picked here at MCCM. Ooh, so is the Fredrin. Fredrin gonna be making his first appearance here in the hands of ESB.
I think they should pick up a Yuzong or an Alice here, because you picking up the Fredrin, if I was 3v, I'm like, you know what? Eve all the way. Farsa is burst, sure, but Eve kind of covers all angles. Oh, but they pick up an Arlet. Now, that's
Ooh.
pretty juicy as well. If I was 3v, I think I would go Eve Phovius.
Eve Phobius. Yeah, I do personally think you should definitely steal Eve. Because if you give Eve over to ESB now, that's like a really dangerous trio, actually. They go over to Farsa instead, though, so sticking more to their own personal combo with the Kalea. Phobius is also solid, but I don't think Phobius needs to be picked up so early on either. There's actually a lot of other EXP laners that are still perfectly fine against an Arlet.
Yeah. So they pick up a Lapu here. ESB, if they do not pick up the Eve, it will most probably be banned out, but also pretty good timing if they do want to pick up that Harif, because I kind of feel like Harif, Arlet, as well as the Fredrin is already such a difficult combo to deal with.
Yeah, Harif could be good here. We've already seen it have a pretty high success rate overall. In fact, I think Harif's only loss was the game from earlier today, which unfortunately was also in the hands of ESB, so maybe not the best choice, but it's hard to really say, right? In the end, you gotta go for the picks that are the most comfortable, that seem like they would work the best here. Harif also would be a hero that's capable of taking Purify, so at the very least, you're less worried about the Kalea.
And now the Harif has been picked up. So now they have very, I would say, straightforward options here. Either taking out the gold laners or the jungle. I kind of feel like Harif is pretty comfortable going up against multiple gold laners. The safest might be banning out that Granger, and then after that, there's really no other option for 3v. Or based on the previous game, maybe ban out the Natan. Maybe the Natan could be something you want to respect.
Yeah, we don't know yet whether or not 3v has the Natan in their hero pool, since this is the first game we're going to be watching from them. It looks like ESB is focusing on the junglers instead. It would be one or the other. They get rid of the Yisun Shin. I wonder if they want to get rid of other assassins. A Lancelot and Hayabusa are still here, but something like Akai would counter the Fredrin quite notably.
I feel like between the two, I think you want to ban out the Hayabusa, because at least you have ways to counter-engage with the Arlet as well as the Fredrin that you can deal with the Lancelot. I think the Hayabusa is going to be a little bit more difficult. So between the two, I would ban the Hayabusa. For 3v, they ban out the Matilda, which is interesting, but I feel like they also got to consider banning out the Gatot, because Gatot is a good pairing with the Arlet, and also a good way to basically deny a good engage from Farsa and Kalia.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely ban out Gatot on the side of 3v unless you're just really confident that they're not going to grab it. And like you mentioned earlier, LaFell, looks like the Granger will get banned out as well to try and narrow down the goal laners that could viably go up against a Harif. At this point, 3v might have to consider going for a fighter gold lane if they're worried about losing that matchup, unless they're willing to bring out something more classic like Claude.
Claude will be interesting, especially because, yes, I would say attack speed has been nerfed because of the Pauldron, but not a lot of teams are building Pauldron just yet. And the Gatokacha does get banned out here. Other roamers, I kind of feel like there's still a few solid picks. The Cho would be amazing, a little bit more difficult to use. But if you want something clean and simple, the Hylos still works well here.
Yeah, I was also thinking maybe Hylos would be the pick here for ESB. Gives you a pathway directly into
Hilda!
Barca, but the Hilda going to make her actual first appearance here. This is a hero that was notably changed in the patch, and it was definitely intended to make her more viable in the EXP lane, but after some testing, it might actually end up costing her viability as a roamer. So since this looks to be a roamer Hilda, we'll see how well ESB can perform with it.
Yeah, I can't put my finger on it, Stafa, but using Hilda and Rome, I know that she's still strong, but maybe it's just because it changes. It just doesn't feel right, you know? It just feels weird. You're charging out your first skill, like you do your second, like the 3 attacks, and all of a sudden there's an enhanced basic attack. I don't know. It takes getting used to. But now the Hayabusa still gets picked up as well as the Yuzong, so it is going to be a double fire here. So maybe Lapu in the gold lane. ESB, what is going to be their mid? I think Eve is still fine. You know, dangerous, but hey.
It is surprisingly one of the less dangerous ones. I would have said Lunox if it was still available, but it was already banned out quite early on. So I think it has to be Eve. It could also be Kadita, I guess, to counter Farsa.
What if they go for Fire Mist, just curveball? But yeah, just not enough damage. It's a cool idea, but not enough damage.
Agreed.
What else is there? Novaria?
Natan mid. Oh, it's
Cecilia.
Cecilia. Okay.
Actually, not bad.
Yeah, that is not bad. Yeah, we kind of forgot about the Cecilian. I was thinking about like scaling mid laners. That's why I was like Natan mid, but I completely forgot about one of the originals, the Cecilian mid. While it doesn't have as much burst damage as Farsa early on, actually does have a pretty good job of keeping himself at range. There's a lot of dive that he'll have to worry about, but he does have ways of maneuvering out of it as well, so it might not be a bad idea.
Actually, it's pretty good. This is a draft if you really trust your Arlet, because one of the more dangerous things about the Sicilian is the Sanguine Claw, man, because you always think like, this guy is not an early game hero, it's fine. But honestly, even if you don't deal damage, the crowd control itself is very unique to the hero and can really activate the Arlet, the Fredrin, honestly, everyone. So ESB, I'm really liking their draft. But based on previous performances, I want to see how they want to execute on this one.
Yeah, it's a bit of a risky one here, especially since there is a notable dichotomy in the scaling mid lane, but also the highly aggressive early game pick like Hilda. Will they be able to improve from their previous performance? Will they be able to escape potential relegation here? We will find out as we jump into the Land of Dawn for game number 1.
Imagine this, Stafa. Dubai's went from Ling to now Fredrin. Such a 180.
Very, very different hero compared to the 2 games of Ling that he was playing earlier. So at the very least, they understand like, okay, maybe Ling is just not the right meta pick here, but Dubai is already getting Master Whip in the jungle heavily, down to 10% HP. It's a 3-man dive into the jungle, and Shinra picks up the first blood.
It's a tough time to be a jungler and a mid laner, and now looks like Zakwan is here on that Hilda, trying to provide backup, but at this point, I kind of feel like it doesn't matter because Chep Boy gets taken down as well. I'm so sorry, ESB, for saying I like your draft, man. This is just a curse waiting to happen.
Yeah, this is insane early aggression, actually. That was a 3-man rotation invade, taking advantage of the fact that it is a Sicilian mid, and then V in the EXP lane was even able to win out that 1v1. So we already talked about the importance of this Arlet in ESB's comps, and he's already been put behind.
And again, Hunter having an amazing time here, and he is the import here coming in from Indonesia. But really, it is that mid trio, man. And look at Van even dodging that Sanguine Claw.
Oh, they jump right into the jungle. Oh, the shadow kill comes out. Zengs goes down. Zakwan nearly dies as well. Van getting chased down by Dubai's, but he knows he's not going to be able to pass that threshold. 2 kills for nothing.
Yeah, I kind of feel like ESB is not catching a break here, man. The previous game, still remember the early first blood in mid, and now first blood as well. This time in the jungle. It looks like teams are really ready to deal with ESB. It's gonna be pretty tough for them to come back to this game, but they have a Sicilian, man. It can still work out for them if it gets
Can
long.
still work. Sharsky also hasn't been disrupted in lane just yet. The Harif has been left largely unaffected, so if he is able to scale up, he might be able to carry the mid game, but Sapboy is definitely not having a good time. Another gank from Hunter picks off the Arlet.
So right now, what does ESB have to do to kind of like stop things here? Because I kind of feel like Zakwan can't do anything to stop the Hayabusa anymore. So this is going to be a very awkward position for the Hilda, where your entire team doesn't want to fight, but as a Hilda, you kind of want to fight. At least she's scouting vision. Oh, it looks like they're going for Jetboy. That's so fast.
My goodness, you can see how far behind he is. He's 2 levels below V on the Yuzong. Another 3-man gank up top. We can see that 3V is specifically putting pressure on the EXP lane.
Funny, I saw someone say this is basically Indonesian light versus Malaysia light. It took me a while, then I'm like, oh, okay. That's funny.
I could see the Indonesia light, but I'm not sure I agree with the Malaysia light.
And Brunei is Malaysia light a little bit. Oh, it flicker in!
Handshaker from the Lapu. Joao Silen sets things up into the feathered airstrike, which is already doing a lot of damage. Ogi Shadow Kill picks off Dubai's, and Sapboy is trying to go back in to reinitiate, but you've already lost your jungler, and even yourself goes down.
Yep, and Sharsley just trying his best to get the farm, but he may overstay his welcome here.
He's gonna pop the Purify, try to dash away with Zaman Force, but the Black Dragon form comes in, and V punishes him for overextending.
And again, this is very tricky because as a gold laner, you do want to get as much farm as you can, but you got to look at that river, man. They're moving towards you, and he just overextended. Hunter gets the turtle with 4,000 gold lead in 4 minutes here. About to get 5,000 gold lead, so kind of similar situation where they're going to be ahead roughly 1,000 gold per minute, Staffa.
But even beforehand, when we were looking at the previous game, it wasn't this quick. Another Tsunami Slam. Sapboy hiding in the bush gets found and picked up instantly. The pressure from 3V is immense.
Yeah. Not liking what Zakwan is doing as a roamer. You really shouldn't be farming a lot here. They're pressuring V, but V is sustaining quite a lot, just using the shot residue. Gonna let the turret go away, but still, good trades here coming in from Timor Leste, V3.
Final slash onto Van, but it's not really going to do much. They only have Zanks there, and this Sicilian has already been put behind. As the game goes on, the grip is going to close here. Even though ESB does have late game scaling, I'm not sure if the game will last long enough for it to reach that point.
I mean, let's look at this point, right? It's 6 minutes. All outer turrets are gone. The turtle is still spawning. This is not even Lord timing just yet. Yeah, no, I agree with you. Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for them to stay in the game.
The Flicker, Tidal Strike, Tsunami Slam picks up Sapboy again! Clearly, this guy owes them money or something, but Dubai is also going to be left alone. The Praises Draft doesn't do enough. Joao Silen with the double kill.
Bro, that's tough. We have not seen a Kalia in a while, but I love seeing a Kalia playing this aggressively, playing that she really doesn't care. And now we even see a Sky Piercer being purchased by Hunter. They probably got the memo as well. They want to finish the game as fast as possible. And this is very difficult for ESB because, again, Tournament Life is on this game.
My goodness, that's insane. Van goes in once again. Tsunami Slam finds the Hilda. Raging Slash comes in. Landshaker Flicker connects on Zakwan, but he's just barely able to get away. Final Slash pushes Shinra into the tower, but he just walks out because the rest of ESB already have to back it up. And here comes the Ogi Shadow Kill Hunter with the killing spree.
Red
Yep. Now looking at the goal here again, they're just continuing 1,000 goal per minute, and it looks like 3V they're trying to get the holy defense, but I don't think it's all that important. They want to get this second turret here. Look at Van. Van is positioning. He's waiting.
He's
And
waiting
waiting
for an
again.
opportunity here, and well,
Okay.
that is, huh?
Hey, now
Wow.
Van ain't the only one waiting. Now we gotta wait as well. And engage probably happened, Staffa.
Yeah, I imagine, like, Van was clearly setting up to catch someone in the mid lane there. We were already on the edge of our seats to see that, but it appears to have come back to us here, which is... Oh! Okay, we have some technical difficulties here, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately. So, do be patient with us once again while we make sure that's fixed.
What happened? Someone stepped on the wire?
That appears to have been the case. You know, LaFell, this reminds me of what happened to me many seasons ago.
I remember.
Yeah.
It was your rookie season. Rookie season or
It
the one
was,
after?
yeah. I think it was rookie season because I remember it was in that stage setup where we were sitting above the players. Season 7. And I stepped on something.
Yep.
And then the stream went
Yep,
down.
yep.
Yeah, good times.
Yep. It happened recently as well.
Oh,
We
did
were
it?
there when it happened. Yeah, very recent. Like, I think it was week
Ooh.
6. Yeah. It was the Malay desk. Either Milo or Sunfrost. Someone stepped on something, and the entire stream, the stage, everything, all audio went quiet, and then we're all like, "What's going on?" And then looking at chat, even chat is like, "Where's the audio?" And we're like, "Okay, what's going on?" And it's like, "Dude, don't step on that box. It's not okay."
You would think that by now, maybe we'd learned it's not a good idea to put some fragile parts of the production in steppable range. But what do I know? You know, I'm just a caster.
Hey, we like to live on the edge, stuff, all right? Who cares about living life safely? That's for the normies.
Hold on. What are we living? What? What does this have to do with living life safely exactly?
Only normies live life safely, Staffa. We're the cool kids, alright? We live on the edge. We drink and eat food that's almost expired. Not expired just yet. You already have that hint. It smells a bit sour, but it's still safe enough to eat.
I felt that's
That's
not
us.
almost
That's the cool
expired.
kids.
If it starts smelling, that is not almost expired, Lafel. That is
What are you talking
very
about?
clearly no longer good.
No, it tastes fine. I mean, it didn't taste like anything, but if it doesn't taste like anything, then it's fine. It doesn't taste bad.
I feel like it shocked your taste buds so badly that you couldn't taste it anymore. But once again, just to let everyone know what is going on, we are encountering some technical difficulties, right? So we are making sure those are fixed. I don't actually know if the game is continuing while this is happening or not. Right? Like, did it disrupt the broadcast or did it disrupt the game? You know, that's my question.
I think it's fine even if it disrupts the game, because if I'm not mistaken, they already built the chrono break system. So it's kind of like saving the
that's true.
servers, right? So if it happens, they can just rewind it. So at least I hope the chrono break system is a-okay. I think we've already used the function twice.
Did we actually? I'm not actually aware of when we've used that new feature.
No, we've used it in draft, but that's just pausing the draft and then going
Ah.
back. But in game, actually no, maybe not. So hey, we'll see. I'm looking forward to see no, I'm not looking forward to see a chrono break, because that should be a long pause. No, I'm not looking forward for that one.
Well, so far 3V seems to be in a very dominant position. As we already pointed out a few minutes ago, it seems pretty likely, almost guaranteed, that they should be taking game number 1. What would it take for ESB to maybe turn this around, do you think?
A pause this long, man. Like something like this disrupts their momentum so much they forgot what to do in the game, and then it goes to late game, and Sicilian one-shots everyone, having 4 holy crystals.
That sounds like a very, very optimistic dream right there. But you know what? There's nothing wrong with dreaming a little bit. And we have to remember that ESB is in a very tough situation right now. They already lost 1 best of 3 earlier. If they lose another one, they're basically guaranteed to be eliminated and they won't be able to move on to the next phase, which none of these teams want. Right? You don't want your journey to end here, especially with an M7 wildcard slot on the line.
Yeah, the wildcard is going to be very important here because never before we had 2 teams from the wildcard going into the main stage itself, the M series, where previously it's just 1 team. So now having 2 slots, and we talked about this yesterday, we're just stepping on the international stage, having access to more connections, you know, coaches interacting with other coaches, managers interacting with other managers. It really does open up your opportunity to become a stronger team. That's why we see international teams, even if they don't perform that well that season, but the upcoming generation, it always tend to improve.
Yeah, it's just like exposure therapy, basically, right? Like just being there, just being able to learn from the people, just being able to watch how they live and breathe and train in person is a life-changing experience. And all of these players want to have that opportunity. So I'm hoping that ESB is able to find some way back into this, but at the same time, man, 3V looking really good.
Yeah, and I don't think 3V has that bad scaling as well, even though they are using double fighter, but Hayabusa is one of those heroes that can really just
we're back.
put under pressure. And now we're in the game and everything is A-okay, Staffa.
Let's see. Doesn't look like too much more has happened. They did manage to take down that mid tier 2. Except Boy has died 1 more time since then, so I get the feeling that's who Van eventually caught. And I feel very bad for him on this Arlet.
I just noticed the 0-7 and 0.
Yeah.
A little bit personal, huh?
Yeah.
Maybe he took too long in the toilet.
Would you target someone really bad if they were in the toilet for too long?
Yes.
I see.
100%.
I mean, you don't know
100%.
You don't know what might have happened to LFL.
No, you don't.
Like, what
no,
if
I
they
do.
just ate
I do.
something bad?
No, the thing is, someone's in the toilet, right? And I'm waiting outside. And it's been such a long time that I start making grunts like, so that they know someone's outside, right? And then I start hearing TikTok music. Then I'm like, bro, you're not even trying here, right? And then eventually,
that's a different case.
Eventually, I just hear straight up YouTube. Yeah, I've had a lot of experience like that, Staffa. And if I can target them, I don't mind losing, but I'm targeting them.
I think at that point, you just kind of have to kick the door down, you know? I feel like you have like a societal permission to just kick the door down, you know, and drag him out with their pants still down.
Mm-hmm. I wish. Rules, man, rules. I've been warned.
All right.
I've been warned not to do that. But hey, oh, look at Hayabusa. Sharkly gets taken down. Oh, it's still alive.
That was so close. So if 1 more hit of the Yogi Shadow kill went on the Harem, he would have gone down. Zakawan going to need to flicker away as well. Although the holy defenses are still in position, so ESB might still be able to hold on a little longer, but the Lord is pushing in mid lane. Whoa! 4-man title strike knockup from the Kalea! Sanguine Claws catches 2, but now it's the dive from the Black Dragon. Zhang's gonna be taken out by a defender airstrike, killing spree over to Shinra. ESB not able to stand in front anymore, but the Lord does eventually go down, and the tower is still standing.
I feel bad for ESB, but that was so cool. Speaking of which, Hayabusa goes in and 0-8 and 0 for the Arlet. He can't catch a break. Stop it, man. Let the guy breathe.
Poor Sep Boy, man. He's just trying to play the game here. But it looks like 3V is just going to be pushing straight in. The crystal is wide open. There's only a couple members standing left for ESB. And I don't think they're going to be able to hold them back here. I have no idea if that game actually ended, but I'm going to presume that it did, which means game 1 should go to 3V.
Let me just say, if somehow that was not the end, I will wait for my almost expired food just a few more days and then eat it.
Don't do that, LaFell. Take care of yourself better, man. Oh, there's so much to live for.
Like playoffs, Malaysia later on.
Yeah, that's gonna be exciting. Looking forward to that. Yeah.
So now they won. I think
They won.
won.
Wow, amazing.
Hey,
I hope so.
Shout outs, Timor Leste won. Sad for Brunei, but again, I'm guessing they won. So let's do our analysis.
I hope so. Production, can we get confirmation? Like, is production there right now? Could we get confirmation as to whether 3v won?
You know what I say?
No, I think they're
means
also in the
yes.
toilet.
Wait, hold on, pause. Don't listen to what I just said. Are we going back in the game?
Oh, okay, we got confirmation. There we go. 3v with game 1. Congratulations. Yeah, honestly, just a very clean game, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. And in terms of the items, I'm not so sure how much stack the Hayabusa got on the Sky Piercer, because I can't remember whether he got it after he got 1 kill or after he got 2 kills. So by minimum, he has 40 stacks on the Sky Piercer. So probably going to be doing a lot of execute damage. But I'm really impressed by Van and Shinra, and makes me understand why they first picked the Kalia, and then doesn't matter about the Fredrin, just pick up the Farsa. All they need is damage. They don't need control. They don't need slows. They don't need utility. They just want to kill people before level 4, and they executed it so beautifully.
Yeah, really good aggression coming in from 3V Esports. They knew that they wanted to hit hard and hit fast. They're aware of the fact that they have a double fighter side lane. They have a Kalea Farsa combination and a Hayabusa that benefits from heavy snowball. So if they're able to take advantage of that right from the get-go, it sets them up really, really well. And they took advantage of the fact that it was a Sicilian mid to instantly invade against Dubai's, since they knew they wouldn't be punished for it.
Yeah. I don't know, man. This is very tough, because at this point, it's unfortunate because ESB, they got a good draft, right? It's just execution at this point, and I kind of feel like it's tough to say, but they're just not ready to deal with the competition here in the M Challenge Cup, where their basics is just a little bit too far behind compared to everyone here right now.
Yeah, the same issues that we witnessed when they were going up against 189 earlier seem to be manifesting here as well. And even worse so, since it looks like 3V is an aggressive team. They want to fully take advantage of that weakness. And we could see here that Joao Silin also ends up being both Damage King and DPS on that Lapu gold lane as well. The fact that he was able to participate in fights so early on and start racking up those kills really accelerated the game state.
So now the question is, for ESB, how do you survive the early game, right? Because clearly, they like drafts that go late game. We see the Sicilian, we see the Ling. So there's a pattern there, but you gotta survive the early first. How do you solve that?
I feel like the thing is, they had tools to be able to survive early a little bit better here. The Sicilian mid is obviously a little weaker in terms of pressure, but they had a Hilda roam, they had a Fredrin jungle, I feel like it was possible for them to keep a better eye over the rotation. I don't actually know where the Hilda was in that very first jungle invade, and having them around may have helped a little bit. But they were also losing out in the EXP lane. So when they lost lane prio in 2 parts of the map, it already became very difficult for them.
Yeah, I might actually want to rewind back because that's a very good question. Where was the Hilda when all the fighting came about? Because we saw her flanking from behind, but again, at that point, it's over, right? The jungler already died and the mid laner already died. So I would have to assume the Hilda was on the orange side, predicting that the rotation was going to go there. But then they're like, no, we're not going to the orange buff. We're going to the orange buff, yes, but not ours, yours. So maybe they were just waiting on that one, and then it was red.
It's possible, yeah. And technically, there's a possibility as well that 3V seeing the Hilda would know that she would try to invade. And maybe they were actually trying to do a counter invade, vertical jungle split. If that's the case, then that would be very, very impressive. It is also likely that they just so happened to invade and the Hilda wasn't there and got a little bit lucky with it. So we can't say for sure about that part, but I do like the shot calling that's being made here from 3V. Okay, where was the Hilda?
The Hilda was in the orange area, and they actually did not have vision. They did not know they might know, but they don't have vision of the Hilda.
So I guess they just went for it. They figured that even if the Hilda is here, we could probably make something happen.
By the way, just answering chat here, this is the M Challenge Cup where we have multiple, I would say, areas of Mekong here. We got Brunei, we got Timor Leste, Laos, and even Vietnam, and they're all fighting right now in the group stages to go to the semifinals, and then after the semifinals go all the way through until the grand finals, where the winning team, the grand finals, the champion, will be representing, I would say, M Challenge Cup for the M7 wildcards.
Yep. This is going to be the tournament that determines the Mekong representative, basically, in the M7 wildcard. So it's a very important position, very crucial for these teams to bring their A game to be able to make it all the way there. And this is, of course, going to be the matches for Group B that we're witnessing today. Group A already concluded their matches yesterday, and it ended up with Saigon Phantom and Leon Esports making it through to the semi-finals. Now we're just trying to figure out who is going to join them.
And at this point, 3V, if they win one more game, that means that ESB has been eliminated, and we already have our top 2 teams in Group B, where afterwards they'll be playing against each other just to see who will be going up against, well, both Leon as well as Saigon Phantom. As in, like, who versus who,
Yeah, there is going to be a seeding system, so the first places of each group will face off against the second seeds of the other group. So whoever is in first place in this group will face off against Leon. Whoever ends up being in second place will face off against Saigon. And right now, ESB Titans is on the cusp of not being able to make it to that next stage. They need to figure out something fast.
It really is just that early game. Yeah, I don't know. It really is just fundamentals. But after that game, I think I would feel safe. Actually, no, I wouldn't feel safe, because even if you do ban out the Kalia, there are multiple heroes that can do roughly the same thing. Something like a Cho, even a Gato Kacha, as long as you have a strong mid, you can be that aggressive as well. What could be worse is something like a Khalid that will be even more impressive. So I don't know, man. There's so many options for mid laners to be able to get into your face as long as you have a strong roamer, and there's a lot of strong roamers right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential here. We saw Hilda show up for the first time, but it unfortunately did not work very well. And I will say that so far, Zakuan has not had a very good showing as the roamer for ESB. Gets picked off quite often, tries to re-engage when the team really shouldn't. And I think that in general, once again, the fundamentals of ESB Titans are being tested right now.
Now we're looking at the scoreboard where 189 was able to get 2-0 over ESB. And now we're in the second match. And the final match is going to be 3V going up against 189, which, funnily enough, Staffa is roughly the same structure schedule that we had yesterday, where ESB is basically in made in Thailand spot.
Yeah, basically, right? If 3V is able to win this next game, then it will basically be the exact same situation where the team that played the first two matches ends up eliminated, and then we get the true match for the throne at the very end of the day here. And so far, it seems to be panning out in that direction. I personally am quite excited to see the matchup between 3V and 189. Both teams have shown very aggressive gameplay, very solid fundamentals. What happens when they face off?
Yeah, it will be interesting to see if 189 is number one, and it will also be interesting if they're number two. Interesting number one is that we're gonna have a rematch of the Laos championship. It will be interesting if they're number two, where in Group A and Group B, Laos is in second spot. Right? That's a interesting dichotomy. It doesn't matter if they're number one or number two.
Yeah, both have good storylines to tell, and because of that, it would be great to see them move on to the next phase, and so far it looks pretty likely, but we will have to see what happens. ESB has one final chance. If they're able to turn this match around, they still have a possibility of keeping themselves in the competition. But man, what is it going to take? There's just so many things to work out.
If they have a super ultra secret draft hiding, this is the time to pull it out. But I kind of feel like they don't, because if the Fredrin dies inside the jungle early game, below 2 minutes, when there's extra damage received by your opponents inside your own jungle, I don't know, man. That's a bad sign of your situation in the tournament.
It really is, and we're hoping that that sign will not show itself once again here, because we're going to be jumping into the draft for game number 2. ESB Titans on the blue side, 3V Esports on the red, and it looks like Hayabusa is going to be the first ban.
I would say respectable, but I think there are just too many things here. Because like I said, one of the big problems, especially for me, was that Kalia. The Kalia engage, like just with the title strike, hitting multiple targets. And that enabled basically everyone from the side of 3V to just move forward, get the kills, and then get out safe. So, I don't know. Banning out the box, yeah, looks like they're just ban out the junglers. I think Hunter would be okay with multiple junglers getting banned.
Yeah, I think Hunter has already proven that his gameplay is pretty solid. And I think if ESB is getting rid of the Haya and the box, yeah, I feel like there's a good chance they might be trying to go for the Kalea first pick themselves. I don't think it would be a bad way to open things up. The Lunox going to be banned out by 3V.
Lunox banned out. It looks like they have a rough idea of the things that they really don't want to fight against. And now the Kalia does get banned. So I'm really looking at stuff like the Cho, Kufra, anyone that can really have a catch style of play. I'm guessing the Lunox ban is, as well as the Angela, they just don't like when they have a cool engage, they have a way to outplay it. And I guess both the Lunox as well as the Angela can do that. This is going to be the first Grok finally let through for today.
They banned out the Kalea. That leaves the Grok open. This hero has been perma-banned since the very beginning of this entire tournament. So we'll finally get to see it on the Land of Dawn here. And I believe it is on the Broken Walls map as well. So that's actually a map that Grok does pretty well on. ESB can use it as a way to play defensively and maybe avoid some of the early pressure that they've so far faltered to.
Now we do have to see what is going to be the priority, because if they want Farsa Cho, they can go for that. Going up against the Grok, you kind of want some kind of poke. Oh, but they changed things up. Well, ish. Not a lot of damage in mid. They pick up the Jushin. But again, the Gatot, still, if you have a good mid laner, you can go very aggressive, because the support is going to be there.
Yeah, while the clear speed for a Gata Zusin is going to be a little bit slower than some other combinations, this is still a very solid duo. You have a roamer that can open up the map and actually match up somewhat in durability compared to the Grok, and then the Zusin will also allow to open up the bushes a little bit more safely. So that already sets up 3v to be in a very good spot for some mid lane dominance and pressure. ESB needs to make sure they're able to match that, and so because of that, I actually quite like the Eve.
Don't raise my hopes up, Staffa. Because I also like their draft. But I don't know if I should say that out loud. The Yuzong has been picked up here. So again, it does look like 3v they want to go for a dive. There is a Lancelot left, but if the Lancelot gets banned, I don't know if there's any other junglers that will allow 3v to play double fighter. Oh, but the Harif is still up. So I guess ESB, they should ban Harif Lance or Harif Granger and just let the Lance through. There are a couple of options here.
Yeah, I agree. Based on the way 3v is already drafted, it doesn't seem like they would need to depend on any particular type of jungler. So just getting rid of the more viable options are going to be good. Or getting rid of the gold laner, since it seems like they might want to play for that scaling, since it's going to be a Zeus in mid, so you're going to be lacking a little bit of damage from there.
I really feel like Harif is a pretty solid ban here. And honestly, the Granger, because both Harif and the Granger can snowball out of control. And ESB has had problems in the early game. You got to watch out for that. They ban out the Lancelot. At this point, do you even want to ban Harif Granger? Maybe just let both through so that you can have either or.
Having either or. They already have the Yi Sun Shin on the ESB side, so they can actually go double fighter side lane if they want to, and that's probably why 3v banned out the Esme and the Alice. But they can also still go into a more typical marksman style. The risk of that is whether or not we're going to see a similar double fighter from 3v, right? Because if ESB goes for something like a Harif or a Granger, and then 3v can still pull out the Lapu Gold. They already have the Yuzong EXP that they played previously, and that could disrupt their early game as well. ESB needs to figure out how they want to approach those first few minutes with this draft.
Joy is a very smart ban. Looking at how Hunter plays, I'm guessing his repertoire is quite large. Harif does get picked up. We're going to see the entire draft from ESB before we see the jungler, and I feel like we might see something a bit different here. Maybe even something like a Amon, something like a Martis. Considering how 3v played the early game, really thinking just get damaged. Doesn't matter who. I think Hunter will do fine.
I agree. If they want to put a fighter in the gold lane, they can go Esme to counter the Harif. They can also grab the Lapu for themselves. Oh yeah, my bad. Esme was banned. So maybe Lapu, if they want to go double fighter still. Looks like it might be, but Lapu could still be EXP. They've left themselves pretty open. Looks like they're going to stick to the basics. It's going to be the Lapu EXP and the Granger Gold.
And now the $1,000 question is going to be the jungler. We haven't seen Martis. It has been buffed. Don't know if they want to go for that. Amon is a very good rank pick. Not so much we see... Well, actually, no. We've seen Kyrie on MSC using the Amon going up against the Yi Sun Shin. So let's see. What if Hunter does the same? I'm thinking of those two. Is there something else that I'm forgetting? Well, Fredrin, but that's not as exciting.
Yeah. It's not as exciting, but it's perfectly viable. They already have Harif and Yuzong, so their damage, while on a little low, is perfectly workable. Whoa, okay. Suyo making an appearance. Man, this has been a while.
Yeah, completely forgot about the Suyo after the change of the passive, making it so that he doesn't reduce magic damage anymore when he's in his immortal form. Still looking pretty solid considering that there's not a lot of magic damage, so he should still be tanky against the majority of the damage profile of ESB.
It's actually not a bad game for Suyo at all. Most of the damage is physical, like you pointed out, so he will still be able to deal with that. And he does have some iframes, though definitely not quite as strong as heroes like the Lancelot and Hayabusa. Hunter bringing out something new to the table. Like we've already mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, ESB is currently one game away from confirmed elimination from MCCM Season 6. Will they be able to defy their fates and turn things around as we jump back into the Land of Dawn for game number 2?
And now I'm really looking forward to see how this Suyo is going to get played. We haven't seen him for quite a while, but actually thinking about it, with double fighter being in the meta, if you're able to push your opponents to have a millionaire that is not that, I don't know, like punishing for the Suyo, hey, it will be an interesting jungle pick to come back into the meta.
Yeah, I think it will be very fun to see how Hunter will perform on a hero that has basically fallen out of meta for quite a while now. And I like how we're getting to see Sasuke today after seeing Naruto yesterday, just to complete the cycle.
Naruto lost though. So
yeah,
Sharingan better?
We don't talk
Uchiha
about
better?
that.
True. We don't talk about a lot of things, Tafa, but something that we have to talk about. Hey, so far ESB, they have not died in the early game. It's been 1 minute. They're surviving quite well. They might be able to keep this up over to the first turtle, and then with the draft that they have, they might actually have a chance on the first turtle.
Perhaps. At the very least, that boy is getting the chance to play the game now. I really felt so bad for him in the previous one. Got targeted so hard. As someone who plays EXP lane myself, I would never want to be in that position. And hopefully he gets to find some revenge this time.
So it looks like the turtle will be spawning soon. Xenix, I kind of feel like he needs to get priority of level 4 first. Shinra kind of doesn't care, level 4 or not, but the Eve, you do have a very good chance that you're able to fight around the turtle. But you gotta play around Yuzong. You gotta wait for the Black Dragon to finish, then fight. If they commit, the Black Dragon form is still online, then hey, turtle going over to 3v.
Yeah, I'd say that both teams actually have a pretty solid level 4 spike, but speaking of the Black Dragon, here he is right now. He's trying to focus on Dubai's. Dubai's actually still steals the turtle away. Mountain Sharker comes out. RWM locks them in. Hunter trying to dodge the attack, but it's not good enough. A 3-man knockout coming in on both sides here. Ends up trading 2 for 2 currently. Zakwan just barely able to get out as well. Sharsky trying to join the battle, but it looks like it is going to be 2 casualties on both teams in the first turtle.
ESB is fighting back the fact that both junglers did die there, but at least Dubai gets an assist and gets the turtle. So much better early game here for ESB. Wondering if the Grok really is that difference maker, but either way, this is already looking very solid. Now they just got to keep up the pressure.
Yeah, surprisingly, I think that's the first time that
well.
ESB kind of won a fight, but just then Boy gets picked off 1v1 by V. If we had taken just a little longer, Dubai might have made it and turned that around.
For sure. Right now, Zakwan is gonna get pushed out of that bush and getting pulled back up. In terms of the power spike going into the second turtle, honestly, based on the previous fight, I think it is for a 3v because they're playing around the Yuzong quite well. Compared to ESB, they are not. Someone has to like force out the ult early and then maybe force a mistake. But I don't know who from ESB can actually do that, because Cheboy already lost the 1v1 and I don't think Sharksy can do it safely.
I don't think so. You can see here even Zakwan getting poked out quite a bit here, and that's 10 seconds before the turtle spawns, so a very good timing. Sarsky also having a difficult time in the matchup versus Joao Silen, so we can see that lane pressure is in favor of 3v across the map.
And now the turtle has spawned. Dubai, see the position of everyone from 3v. They're trying to get Van here, but Van is able to get out. And looking at Yuzong, still holding on to the Black Dragon form.
Looks like he will pop it now, though. He's trying to engage onto the backline. Sharsky and Zengs are in trouble. Meanwhile, Setboy trying to jump in front, not able to stop them. Hunter secures the turtle and instantly looks to back things off. Dubais has already been taken out, and now Setboy is trying to hold things, but Sharsky is in danger. Unfortunately, Josie Lane staying under the tower a bit too long. He just barely survives, and 3V are not letting them go. They're still chasing. They'll find 2 kills, and ESB will just have to cut their losses.
I gotta say, now Sharksley seems much more comfortable, I would say, on this Granger. He has not contributed much so far, but at least I saw him getting targeted a few times and able to get out of there. So now looking at the items here, looking at the gold lead, the difference of 100 is not that big. Hunter Strike has been built up by Sharksley, but he really needs... Oh, hold on, engaging!
Oh, the tectonic charge coming in from behind. Joao Silen had no idea that the Grok was waiting for him up there. So they are actually able to pick off the Harith and allow Sharsky to find the top tier 1.
Honestly, I did not saw the Grok. I was not ready to call for that tectonic charge, but this is good. This is good. Wait, no, I should not say that much. This is This is neutral. This is normal for the state of MLBB. So 3V not as dominating as game number 1. Okay, we see where they're standing right now.
It does look like 3V having a little bit more difficulty now that ESB actually has heroes that are able to hold the team fights a little more effectively in the first few minutes. The goal lead is still in favor of 3V, but it's only about 1k, which is a far cry from what we saw in game 1.
Dubai's down here in bot. He doesn't have a lot of time holding on to the boat. I don't think he'll be able to hit it onto Vi here, which is having an amazing game with his Yuzong. 2-0-3. Petrify is still up, but considering that Hunter as well as Zhao Silen is far away, if at any point ESB does want to take a fight, they should try to pick a fight here, especially if they can get the Jushin. It looks like Hunter actually secures the turtle. Something happened in between.
Yeah, was that just me? Not too sure if that was just a me thing. Oh,
no,
man,
no.
trying to go in from behind, gets a 3-man taunt, unfortunately gets blasted with a Grok to the face, and he will go down. His team too far away to catch up to him.
Yeah. It was not just you, by the way. It's not just you.
Okay.
Yeah. Right now, Hunter getting that buff. So far, Hunter really hasn't been contributing a lot in the game. 1-1-0. Just been free farming. And in terms of levels, it's really not that different. Dubois is level 10 and Hunter is level 11. It is a level advantage, but honestly, it's not that much.
Yeah, it's not that much. It's still a very workable disadvantage, especially since Sarsky still so far has not actually died on this Granger. And we know how scary this hero can get if he's allowed to snowball without end. This could be an opportunity for ESB to reverse their fates, to turn things around right when everything looks darkest.
So now I'm just thinking Xenix is actually having a pretty good game here. 3-1-0. All they really need is a very good engage, right? A good tectonic charge, maybe even on just 2 members of 3V, allowing Xenix to open up the RWM will be enough for them to get a good fight. Speaking of which, now getting turrets as well. Zhao Silin opening up the Zaman Force to ensure that he gets the tier 2 turret. So this is going to be a good avenue for them. The Lord is going to be spawning down bottom. Dubois has that endless battle now. So honestly, there is going to be much more damage than before. Though I got to say, I did not notice he only has just 2 items at this point.
Yeah, surprisingly,
a bit lower than I
despite
expected.
how much the game has been going, yeah, the farm isn't actually all that high. In fact, V only just completed his 2nd item a moment ago as well. So looks like the game's going a little slower than we're used to. Net worth lead still only about 2,000 in favor of 3V, which is a difference you can make up if Sharsky can keep getting those kills.
And now the boat has been unleashed. It looks like they are just kiting it out, making sure that no one gets stunned up. And you can even see the timer here. It's running down, so no one's going to get stunned by the Yeast and Shin. Hunter is in a better position to fight back around this Lord. And now they just want to leash it. Vi still has that Black Dragon form. I kind of feel like this Lord is going over to 3V.
And possibly, ooh, nice wall reset though. Van tries to go forward, gets the stun in on Set Boy. Gonna need to pop the Revitalize here, already at half HP. That might make the engage a little bit more difficult for 3V. Now that their main tank is missing some HP, the taunt goes in, they spot the Grok and conceal. Tectonic Charge only lands on the Katat. He uses AOG defensively, Black Dragon form comes in from the other flank. Zeboy trying to hold the front line, but he forgot that the Yuzong was existing somewhere on the map and cutting him off. So Lapu Lapu goes down.
Yeah, but still, losing Zeboy is big, but I think you can still fight this.
Got the wall comes up, blocks in 3 into the RWM. The Lord knockup sets up the double kill for Sharsky. And in a moment, Van and Shinra have fallen. But with 3 members alive, 3V still looking for the fight. Hunter wants to jump on top of the Granger. He's not able to find it. Gets knocked by the Grok. He has to back off. Ahmed Force comes out. Joao Sulen going crazy with the double kill. Finds Dubais and Zakwan. But Sharsky fights back. He finds his own Mega by picking off the Yuzong.
And now with 4 kills, I believe this is 30 stacks for him. And Hunter is dangerously low. Jetboy is there. Is gonna go in with the bravest fighter.
He's not able to find Hunter. He dashes away, but he does force 3V to reset the Lord. His presence makes sure they're not able to get it for free. Now he is in trouble. Raging Slash comes out, but gets picked up by the Zeus Sin, and Shinra secures his death. But the Death Sonata, Sharsky is unstoppable. Lord will be secured by Hunter. It'll go in the favor of 3V.
3V, they gotta be careful here because 5 kills on a Granger with roughly around 40 stacks here. Now that's insane. After this, if he somehow gets a triple kill, there's gonna be way too much damage that I don't think 3V can really deal with. Especially Hunter on this game, not as oppressive as we saw on the Hayabusa. So now we're starting to see a little bit of scaling here. Staffa, I don't know what ESB did. Maybe it is just the draft, but hey, right now they look like an entirely different team.
I mean, having a good draft definitely helps set you up a little bit better. And you pointed this out, but Sharsky does look to be a lot more comfortable on the Granger. So maybe playing more typical marksman is the style that ESB would prefer to go for. But it's still going to be a bit of an uphill battle here. They've managed to narrow the gap. Now can they overcome it?
The thing is, you cannot make a mistake at the later stages of the game. Zakwan sees the positioning here. And I would say the biggest difference that 3V had compared to the previous game is damage. Because as of right now, I feel like it's mostly just Zhao Silen. Hunter damages a little bit, Vi damages a little bit, but not having that Farsa, not having that instant burst, I think really changes the team dynamics just a little bit. So that might be a big influence of why 3V doesn't look like they're just straight up winning any fights.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's basically a difference in wiggle room overall here, where previously damage helped make up for some things. We can see Van being dropped very low here. 3V trying to engage, trying to find a fight that can re-cement their lead in this game. But ESB actually playing it a little bit more smart now. Discipline is there.
Yep, Crimson Beacon already being flushed out. Hunter is gonna just skedaddle away. And RWM gets picked up. Oh!
They found the wall! Zhao Silen abandoned by the rest of 3V, and that could be the turnaround they've been waiting for. Van finds the taunt on ZenX. And we can see Gatot really eating a lot of damage. Sharsky from the back. This might be a chance for ESB to turn this around.
I gotta say, shoutouts to you, Staffa. You said Zakwan is not having a good game. All of a sudden, Grok is not banned. He picks up the Grok, and he's showing up, man. 0, 1, and 8. It only takes one Casa Curse to turn things around.
Yup, and somehow it always happens when I'm casting with you as well, so... Who knows?
Something
Who
about
knows,
Scramble.
everyone? Yeah, something about it. Well, as long as the viewers enjoy it. Lord dropping low. Black Dragon comes in, but the jungler is still too far away. ZenX secures the Lord. Sharsky in trouble. Tectonic Charge misses. Vi is still chasing down the Granger, but he will eventually be picked off. That's a monster kill for Granger. They get the pickup onto Setboy. He's been buying a lot of time. Damage comes in. AOG can land. Not quite. Dubais gets picked off. It's killing spree for Hunter. They're turning things around. AOG cuts off the escape. Sharsky is in danger, but he's able to dash out. But that means that Zakwan will be left behind. Sharsky, the only survivor, as 3v picks off 4.
I gotta say, Sharsky has to thank whatever god he believes in, because the fact that he had Flicker there saved him, man. Like, good position of the AOG, but that Earthen Rampart almost cost them the game.
And it might still. Sharsky, he's gonna get shut down inside the base. 1v5 is too much. And now 3v will transition. They're gonna take as many towers as possible while ESB is still respawning.
I gotta say, that was a good turnaround from 3v, but it looks like ESB, they fell back into their old habits, which is overcommitting. Like, I kind of feel like in that situation, they don't have to stay in the fight for so long. They gotta play around the ults. They didn't play around the Zaman Force, and they failed to realize with a Holy Crystal how much the damage will be dealt against Wise, ZenX. They were caught off guard. That should not happen again.
Yeah, they cannot afford to make a mistake like that once more. They lost so much of the space that they are slowly building up as a result of that. The gold lead now is 4 in favor of 3v, but it's still actually a level that is manageable. The late game scaling is still there. Sharsky died once, but he still got some Sky Piercer stacks to work with. They just gotta play everything perfectly from now on.
And it's just that easy, man. You just gotta be perfect. You know, don't make any mistakes. It's something you do on the daily. That's how you are a farm. And now look at this bush, the Kumar bush, the dangerous bush. ESB, they got to be careful not to just face check that. But again, ESB, they just have to understand that 3v is an ult-dependent team. ESB, not so much. So as long as they play around the Zaman Force, they play around the Black Dragon form, they have a better chance of winning the fight. If they stick around, then that's going to be pretty bad. But that's a lot to ask for them, considering that they've been overcommitting. Doesn't matter whatever situation is happening in the game.
Yeah, they were a little bit more disciplined earlier on, but fell back into the same habits when they took that previous Lord. I think they got a little bit too comfortable once they got the objective and figured that they could win the team fight without really thinking too hard about it. They've got another opportunity now. The Lord has just spawned. If they can secure this away, they can buy themselves a little more time.
Now Zhao's Highland even having that Blood Wings to ensure that able to sustain much longer into the fight. And I believe Hunter built War Axe, if I'm not mistaken. So should be able to sustain much longer, but haven't seen him a lot in the match so far. Now, this is 17 minutes into the game. This Lord, this time, is going to be more crucial for both teams, where even if you don't end the game, there's a good chance that you can get the inhibitor. The Crimson Beacon already being pulled out. Zakwan now having the Dominance Ice should be able to stay in the team fight for a much longer time. We got to look at the ults here, Stafa. You got to look at Yuzong. You got to look at the Harif. As long as they still have the ults, they can win the fight. The moment the ult is down, now that's a window ESB can go in.
So we could also say the same for Zakwan and Zenix. So far, ESB has been able to find these teamfight victories off of really good setups with the Tectonic Charge and the RWM. We can see the big difference that happens when the Tectonic Charge actually isn't able to land on the correct target. So every single player in this game actually needs to approach this very, very cautiously.
And it's a good thing for ESB as well that the Lord did spawn up top, so they're able to protect that lane. Looks like a fight will be dropping pretty soon here.
Van tried to go in on Zenix, but the Eve was able to escape from his clutches. So far, we're still seeing a bit of a dance, and we can see the wave is actually pushing up in favor of ESB down bottom, which means they have to split their forces now. Either surrender the tower or commit to the Lord. They see that ESB is trying to take control of it, so they need to come back. That means they're basically giving up their bot tier 2.
The Wise is pretty low. Looks like they opt to just let it reset. Van taking a lot of damage.
But he is still alive for now, still holding on to that immortality. The rest of ESB is trying to back off. Zepboy has to use the flicker defensively. RWM comes out, but it doesn't really catch anyone. Vi and Van, both at very low HP, but ESB also needs to send multiple players back to heal. This could be a chance for 3V to try and blitz this Lord, but they may not have enough damage. Mountain Shocker lands on 2. Pops the immortality on the Gatot Kacha. Summon Force also dropped down. Sharsky still playing it safe, still keeping his distance as both teams disengage.
We do have to talk about this. They're playing around the Zaman Force very, very well, quickly disengaging whenever the ult is brought down. Sharksley is positioning himself in a way where he's not risking it for a trade against the Harif. And if Xenix had better positioning on the RWM, that could really be an ESB win. But again, I kind of feel like just the positioning of the rock, of the jungle that he's in, made it so that there was no real good angle for him to go in without costing himself, taking a bit of damage coming in from 3V.
It definitely wasn't perfect on either side, but we can see that the game has reached a point now where neither team has a notable advantage. So how you're going to be approaching the map as well as the team fights now is going to matter quite heavily. And I think the later the game goes, the more comfortable ESB is going to feel as well, since they have a Granger.
Light Dragon Forum is used. They're going for Sharksley. It looks like they can't get it. So they're trying to rush the Lord. I don't think they can even rush it.
And the wall comes out, blocks them away from the Lord Pit. Vi is gonna run out of that Black Dragon form very soon. Even the Mountain Shocker used just to do some more poke damage. Sharsky positioning very aggressively. Lord dropping down to 40%. Setboy trying to land the stun. Summon Force comes out. RWM gonna be used as well. Who gets the Lord? It's Dubai's! Secures it for ESB, but Joao Sealand going ham! He's picked off the Yi Sunshin. Vi unfortunately ends up dropping minions on top of the crystal inside the base of ESB. Will they be able to make it back in time to defend this? It's actually doing a lot more damage than you think.
Wait.
One more hit, Sharsky!
Wait!
The minions! The minions won the game!
No, dude! That was already so close. And we were talking about how it's a good thing that the Lord is up top so that they can manage the wave. Look at how happy 3V is. They understood that that was a tight game. And they were like, you know what? Doesn't matter. Minions in the game. I don't care. But Brunei, honestly, they still got to feel proud for themselves, man, because they put up one hell of a fight. It took them a while, but hey, they came back, man.
This was actually a pretty solid ESB. When you compare to the way that they were playing before this, it is actually leagues different. Perhaps having heroes like the Grok, like the Yi Sunshin, allowed them to stabilize their early game a little bit more and actually put up more of a fight. But then you have players like Joao Sealand who being positioning well and making use of their damage to try and zone out. It was very close all the way until the end. I think even 3V themselves were shocked when the game ended because they didn't expect that.
Yep, now we can see hugs all around. They know that was a very good game, very tight game. And I would say for the people watching live at Hanoi, out of all the games so far, that was, I would say, the most intense one. And this is just a glimpse of what it means when you're going outside of your comfort zone, fighting against teams outside of your region. You can start to see that you slowly start to improve. And imagine the skill would just get bigger if you go for the wild card. You have more chances to fight more teams, and the growth that you can experience, man, it's out of this world.
And man, what a way to close out that. 3V still played a very impressive game, but you could see that they were running into some issues. Hailing really came into on that Granger was becoming very difficult to handle since their frontliners were starting to drop off as they get longer. They still gotta give props over to Van. I think this is a moment that we gotta keep us on. Very aggressive gameplay on the Kalea and very solid positioning on the Gatot this time around as well.
Yep. Can already see thank you minion spam in the chat, but honestly, Stafa, I thought with the crystal and the mid inhibitor, I thought it would be enough to deal with the minions, but like I said, it deals way more damage than you thought. Those minions, it kind of looked like they had Windtalker, they had BOD. Because damn, there's a lot of damage.
I wasn't expecting that. Like, I saw the minions on the base, but I figured, like, okay, Sharsky's coming back. He should be able to clear them just fine. And then the damage keeps adding up, and I'm like, okay, that's a lot more damage than I was expecting. And then even I, until the very end, was not actually expecting the minions to end the game like that. So that's very unfortunate. Be honestly a very understandable mistake, because most of us would have expected that to be a clearable wave, but unfortunately, that means that they're probably not going to be making it to the next stage.
Yep. And now moving forward, the upcoming match, it is going to be 3V going up against 189. And 3V really needs to reset, so we're going for a short 15-minute break. But after this, it will be the final game of Group B.
Our heartbeats trying to take some time, calling stars and rhythms, trying carving rooms through sweat and grime. We left sundown down from night, flipping scarves and dead inside. One by one goes in, goes right. Nice to meet you. Tribe where roots and dreams entwine. Our halos lost in sacred shine. Crystal lights in its holy shrine. Nice to meet you.
愛で守りたいの道に迷いそうなそんな時は思い出してほしい胸を張って深呼吸して見上げた空に光る星瞬く BPM 想像もできないパーティーが始まるバンバンバン空に打ち上げようシンガーソングその声聞かせて一年に一度大切なお祝いしよう何度だってどの場所で響くファンファレ歌おうよフェンフェンラもっともっと星屑インビテーションワクワクしちゃうでしょみんなそれぞれに来年もきっと100年先も一緒に歌おうバンバンバン重なるハーモニーダンシンダウン祝福のリズムその声あなたへ心つなぐこのメロディーどこでも
betray us!
You haven't changed at all.
Have you really forgotten everything, Vexana? We made a promise to protect this world! Yeah, I made it myself, you know. Look, we light up when our powers are in sync. You were always there to pick me up.
Stay with me, Guinevere.
The one I could always count on.
Enough!
Why, Vexana, your emblem is still...
The gateway is near completion. Soon new aspirants will meet your end. Vexana, execute Purge Protocol.
You... Give her back to me!
Give up, Guinevere. Hope is an illusion. Its will is absolute.
Refuse! Don't let me be alone in this world.
We are the aspirants. The pain, the hate, I will bear it all.
There you go again, taking on everything by yourself.
There may be no going back this time.
As long as we're together.
We are the aspirants.
Welcome to Double 11!
You do sound a little soft.
Yeah.
Oh, now I can't hear you at all. Oh, okay, no, you're soft.
Can you hear me? Oh, hold on.
Yeah, it's getting a little better. Well, hello everyone. Welcome back to the stream for the final game of day 2 here, where we're witnessing the Group B matches of MCCM Season 6. We've already witnessed ESB lose 2 clean sweeps in a row. Hold on, say something?
I think it should be okay now.
Okay, you're okay
Right?
now. Welcome back, sir.
I apologize. It's my cats. They having the zoomies right now and tripped up a couple of wires. But again, thank you very much, Tafa, as well as the audience at home. Like I said, this is going to be the final series of the day where we're going to be seeing which is the better team. Is it 189 Esports or is it going to be 3V? And I got to say, based on the performance, 3V, some shakiness we can see there.
There's a little bit of shakiness, but overall still very solid, and it's hard to really say which of these teams is going to truly come out on top. Unfortunately, as we saw earlier, ESB, after losing 2 matches, will no longer be continuing on their journey, which automatically means that both 189 and 3V will be moving on to the semi-finals. However, who their opponents are going to be will now be determined by the results of this final match.
Speaking of, I wonder if 189 has some kind of meaning to it. Like, do you know about 143?
I don't think so.
Okay, let me help you out when eventually you get a girlfriend, right? If she says 143 to you, it means I love you. So the 1 is I, 4 is love, and 3 is you. Look, I don't understand. All right, I had girls explain it to me, but there is a language with numbers. So I wonder if 189 stands for anything, because I know 143, I know 711, I know 131. There's a few. Language, man.
I do not
you got to
know
learn
these
them
at
all.
all, but I will get behind
hang out with
whatever you're
Rose.
saying.
Hang on,
I
Rose.
see, alright. Honestly, that makes sense, actually. I can see that being the case. But yeah, you have already given your 2 cents slightly about which team feels stronger in this final match. But personally, who would you want to win?
I kind of want 189 to win because I do want to see that rematch between 189 against Leon. And I feel like it's always the number 2 team that's a little bit more hungrier, right? So it is going to be number 2 from Group A and number 2 from the previous qualifier. So both number 2s fighting for number 1. That might be the strongest that we're able to see both teams.
That's true, that's true. That would be a very, very interesting matchup, but I imagine 3V is not gonna make it easy for them. For anyone who might have just joined us right now, you already missed out 2 matches, but don't worry, there's still 1 more coming. 3V and 189, both of which have been undefeated today, will go head to head. And it does seem to be a very similar storyboard to Group A.
Yep. However, it does seem like there are some issues going on. So we're going for a break as well later on. So hope you guys still stay tuned because me and Stafa were waiting on this. We're going for a very short break. But hopefully after the break, we will be resuming the final game of Group B.
守りたいの道に迷いそうなそんな時は思い出してほしい胸を張って深呼吸して見上げた空に光る星まただった BPM 想像のできないパーティーが始まるバンバンバン空に打ち上げようシンガーソングその声聞かせて一年に一度大切なお祝いしよう何度だってこの場所で響くファンファレ歌 You haven't changed at all.
Have you really forgotten everything, Vexana? We made a promise to protect this world. Yeah, I made it myself, you know. Look, we light up when our powers are in sync. You were always there to pick me up.
Stay with me, Guinevere.
The one I could always count on.
Enough!
Why, Vexana, your emblem is still...
The gateway is near completion. Soon new aspirants will meet your end. Vexana, execute purge protocol.
You... Give her back to me!
Give up, Guinevere. Hope is an illusion. Its will is absolute.
Refuse! Don't let me be alone in this world.
We are the aspirants. The pain, the hate, I will bear it all.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the M Challenge Cup. Now here is a food for thought. Burgers and fries and milkshake. Does that tingle some imagination in you guys? Well, grab some because we're about to hopefully get into the last game of Group B for today, 189 going up against 3V. What about you, Stafa? Hearing burgers, fries, and milkshake, how does that trigger your process to think?
I haven't had dinner, so I think it triggers a certain something that is not necessarily mental.
Well, I made the mistake of going onto YouTube and found a video of $1 burger versus $10,000 burger, and I'm like, yo, yeah, not gonna lie, that was fire. Pretty good.
Now you're tempting me, so I'm gonna have some of that tomorrow, I get the feeling. But yeah, we've got one more match to end the day, right? So we've got some food for thought, and now we have some entertainment to feed the masses to close out Group B.
Honestly, I love all of those fries, man. Like, there's some good burgers, but good fries is so... the thing about fries, right? I'm a connoisseur in that sense, where you can take away a burger, you can take away a sundae, you can take away a milkshake, but the moment you take away fries, man, the moment you arrive home, it's not the same. I can tolerate a lot of food being cold. Fries is not one of them.
Ah, okay. I see. So, wait. So, you're saying that if you brought home your takeout order and you were missing your burger instead of your fries, you would feel better about it?
No, as in like you couldn't finish your burger, eat at home, it's fine. But fries, nah.
Oh, okay, I get
I'll
you.
finish the fries at the shop, even if I have to puke.
Okay, I see. Oh, wait, hold on. Do the fries include the dipping sauces? Like, are those like part of the
Yeah.
package? Or are you just talking about like fries
Uh,
themselves?
It might be just me. I actually don't like those like loaded fries. Like every once in a while they're good, but they make the fries soggy, which is something that I don't like. I like them crunchy.
Okay, I get what you mean there, but like loaded fries and like dipping sauce is different, right? Like, I feel like you can't have fries without some kind of dipping sauce. There's some fries that are like really, really good, but even in the end, you gotta have some sauce with it, right? You gotta have some like ketchup or some chili sauce, depends on what you like, which you prefer. You know, if you're
The
feeling a bit
classic
more
is good.
exotic, you can get like the special sauces
Truffle.
at the fast food places.
I like truffle.
Truffle? Like
You
the
never tried
food?
it? Like either in powder form or in sauce form. Truffle is amazing. I like dipping it in truffle.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Wh-
But honestly,
Huh.
the classic mayo and chili is enough. Just put chili and mayo and then use your own fry to mix it all up. Oh, that's
I'm more of a ketchup and cheese connoisseur, you know. I prefer that combination personally. But now I feel like I have to message you after this and ask where you're going that offers like truffle dip, because I have never seen
Okay.
that before.
You remember M5 IOI, that mall in Putrajaya?
Yes. Wasn't that
They
M6?
have a place. Oh, sorry, M6. Yeah, M6. Best fries ever. Best fries ever. I don't even dip. That's how good the fries are. I don't even dip.
I don't think I remember which place you're talking about.
IOI City
yeah,
Mall, one of the biggest malls in Malaysia.
Yeah, I know the mall, but obviously the mall itself doesn't have fries, right? It's like a restaurant, right?
No, it's inside the mall. Yeah, anyways, this is 3V. We got V, Van, Hunter, Shinra, Jao Sinlan, and then for 189, we got my name, Azzy, Your Mind, Keo, as well as Witch. But yes, Tapa, it's inside the mall. It's at the lowest floor where all the food places are.
Okay, interesting. I guess I'm gonna have to keep an eye. Do you remember the name of the place? Like, are you able to like share that message-wise?
Potato.
Because we can't say it here. Oh, well, oh wait, no, I do know that place. Okay, yeah.
But
I have one of those nearby.
The quality is different. Yeah, I the
Oh,
quality. is
really? Okay.
Yeah.
Man, why are we talking about this when I haven't had dinner, man? I feel like I'm just
You know what?
asking for it at this point.
Try it, and as for the truffle, it's just adding 1 ringgit. It will be worth it. Just trust.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. But yes, we got 3V versus 189. These are both teams that secured 2-0 clean sweeps earlier today against ESB, which means that their seeding heading into the semifinals will be determined by their performance here. The team who comes out on top will be facing off Leon Esports, and the team that unfortunately falters will be facing Saigon Phantom. So these teams can pick and choose their poison.
By the way, I apologize to chat in case the conversation triggers anyone or influences anyone. 3V, it looks like they're going for their own tried and tested bans here, batting out the Lunox, and 189 respecting that Kalia. I wonder if they want to respect the Hayabusa as well, because I kind of feel like those two heroes really impacted 3V. Like that's the reason why they were so strong.
I also think the Grok was a big factor here. It got let through for the first time. I wonder if these teams will let it through again. The Lunox and Harif banned on 3V, the Kalea and Yuzong being banned on 189. So already very interesting differences. Looks like these teams have already taken the time to observe each other a little bit, and the Baxia going to be the final ban for 3V.
Banning out of Yuzong here is very interesting. They might go for early Farsa or Eve pick because I'm actually starting to think maybe we're just slowly inching towards a more mid-centric meta, meaning like the mid laner itself, the mage. I kind of feel like that role is going to be much more important because it's one of the roles that can deny full, like full usability of the dominance eye. So I don't know. I think we're moving towards damage mid laner being much more important, even more so than previous patch.
Yeah, I think I can get behind that fact as well. Hopefully it means that the mid lane pool becomes a little bit wider, because so far we haven't seen a lot of that. But with CC now being banned out, Grok is actually left wide open. And that's not all, there's quite a few picks. The Haya, the Lancelot. Looks like Hayabusa first pick is going to be the choice of 3v.
Yep. And again, this is something that we did talk about, the Kali as well as the Hayabusa being very strong picks here. They can eventually get Yi Shin or Lancelot. Both are still open here, which was amazing on that eve. Probably a good time to pick it up as well if they do want it, and maybe pick up an EXP like the Lapu, because two great EXP laners have already been banned out, or the Alice, whichever really helps them out. Oh, but they got to Kacha instead.
Yeah, Gatot makes sense. Kalea's already banned out, so Gatot's just one of the premier roamers that you can grab at this point. And looks like they will also go for the Lapu, so they also recognize the threat of EXP laners starting to reduce in the pool.
So now for 3v, they do have the option to pick up one of the mid laners as well as pick up an Alice, perhaps. If they have a wider hero pool, then you can delay the EXP because there are still picks like the Arlet, the Phovius, but the Alice is pretty strong considering the mid options. Actually, no, even the Jushin is open. But 3v did not have an amazing time where they did have the Jushin. Might actually go to 189.
But at the same time, Zusin's not too bad into the Gatot at this point. Looks like 3v is gonna leave their mid lane for a little bit later. They do lock in the Alice, like you pointed out, but the Granger also going to be secured here. Since they already banned out the Harith beforehand, this is going to be the next best gold laner in the meta currently. And by doing so, they can also deny it away from the side of 189.
So I think it's going to be Yushin or Lancelot here, because going up against something like a Granger, you want to entertain the idea of playing double fighter. And I feel like you can't go... Or pick up the Kimi. The Kimi also enables the double fighter, doesn't matter what jungler you have later.
Yeah, I'm surprised the Kimi got let through entirely. But they lock in the Lancelot, so I get the feeling Kimi will probably be banned now. I'm kind of surprised it got let through the initial phase entirely, because it was basically permabanned the whole time. Grok as well, going to finally get removed from the pool. But so far, I'd say that 189's draft still has a lot of possibility. You already have an idea of some of their cores, but you still don't really know their gold and mid lane, which have a lot of opportunity to be the late game scalers.
Yeah, Lunanx is already banned. If they ban out the Kimi, it will be very difficult for 189 to go for double fighter, where they can be strong in the early and mid, but if you can push it out all the way to the late game, it's going to be difficult for them to fight through, because the changes in the gold lane really limits good gold laners here. So you don't have the Harith, you don't even have the Lunanx to fight against the Granger. I guess in a way they can flex putting the Lapu in the gold to deal with the Granger, but even that's not the best of ideas.
Yeah, especially since you don't have a lot of EXP laners left as well. So we'll see what 189 does decide to go for, but we've already witnessed that this team is actually quite willing to go for pretty aggressive openings. And we could actually say that for both sides, actually, thinking about it. 3v, actually, it had a pretty good showing on the double fighter side lane as well in their game 1. Hilda gonna get banned out by 189 to try and be more consistent with their Lancelot to avoid the early invades.
I feel like Kimi here. Fight the Jushin, doesn't matter if they let, like, but the thing is, they might actually forget about the Kimi, so that's gonna be pretty concerning, because the moment Kimi is let through, Kimi might let through here, and 189 can potentially pick up a Ruby later on.
Yeah, I feel like you should go Kimmy here, because if you don't pick it on the 189 side, 3v can go Kimmy Granger, which is actually a really powerful double marksman scaling composition. Works very well with heroes like the Alice as well, who's able to buy time for them. I feel like you should grab this, especially with Farsa and Eve already gone, if 3v steals away more mid lane picks from you, which might have a hard time.
Yeah, 3v works well with the Kimmy, and honestly, a lot of composition, like a lot of mid laners works for the composition that 3v already has with the first 3 picks here. Kimmy and then eventually pick up a Ruby or put Claude. It's good in lane. It's good in lane against the Granger, but very interesting here. 3v can pick up Kimmy and maybe, I don't know, any roamer should be fine here.
Yeah, most
Cho,
roamers
perhaps?
would be okay. You could go Cho, you could go Badang. I don't really like Hylos, so one of the former would be better. And I do feel like it's a bit of a waste for 189 to go Claude, unless they're really trying to save some kind of specific mid pick, because they already know that the Granger's on the opposite side. It's very unlikely Claude is going to be stolen from them, so going for the Kimmy to contest would have been better. And obviously Kimmy's gonna... Ooh!
Minotaur!
The Minotaur!
Actually is a pretty solid pick here with the change of his passive. It could get very easy to trigger because there's kind of a lot of poke here coming in from 189. Ooh, I don't know if I'll regret this, but I like 3v's draft.
I think it's pretty solid. Minotaur, of course, doesn't heal quite as much as he used to. He now actually depends on having the rage state in order to heal as much as he used to with his skill 2. But in exchange, he has gotten changes that allow him to be more durable. And I do think it makes him a particularly effective tank against very burst-based heroes, because he will basically regen a certain amount of HP based on damage taken. And 189 finishes off their draft with a Selena.
Yeah, very interesting here. Selena is a pretty good pick to deal with the Kimmy, but having that Minotaur healing up, I don't know, a lot of risk here that 189 is taking, because this essentially means that 189, they're having a draft that kind of wants to do their own thing, meaning like 1v1. Claude wants a highlight play, Lapu wants a highlight play, even the Selena and Lance. But 3v, they have this wombo combo going on, because the Alice can be the initial start, and then the Minotaur can do the follow-up, or if the enemy engages, Minotaur can use the Maneuver Fury and just knock everyone up, and then Alice follows up. There's a lot of team fight wombo combos that 3v has, and 189, every man for himself, man. If you want to look cool, you just got to work for it.
I will say that on paper, a skirmish style composition, which is what the 189 is playing, can actually outplay a more front-to-back team fight comp, right? Because if you're able to split the fight in half or just scatter everyone, then there's no longer a front line, back line that you need to worry about. But it is also a higher execution style of gameplay. So 189 is going to need to rely on their micro mechanics here in order to make that happen.
I mean, again, 189 has shown that they can definitely make that happen. And I'm going to be interested to see how Minotaur really shapes up, because the change that is done is every single time Minotaur uses a skill, he gets motivation. And what motivation does is that it like 5% of the damage that you just took before you use your skill in a rage farm, it gets higher. I think it's double. But 5%
Yes.
is very little in the early game. Later on, when you have a lot of HP items, 5% is a lot. But we really see in the early game here, it is going to be very, very important. And I feel like one of the bigger nerfs for Minotaur is that his motivational roar only heals himself and the lowest HP. No longer like Rafaela heals everyone around you. And personally for me, I feel like that is a pretty substantial nerf. It feels better if you can heal 5 people, including yourself.
Well, actually, if I'm not wrong, he actually can heal 5 people, but he needs to be in rage state, basically.
The rage, yes, correct.
So
The rage,
yeah. So if he's enraged, then his skill 2 will perform the same as it used to, but otherwise it only heals him and the lowest HP member. Just to follow up on what you mentioned though about that healing 5% of damage taken, that's actually the base. He also gets a 1 times hero level percentage to that.
Oh,
so
right.
It goes up to 20 at level 15. Obviously, you're not going to be at level 15 for most of the game though, so you can expect it to be somewhere around 10%, which is not a lot. In Rage though, it goes up to 20, which actually becomes a little bit more substantial.
Yeah. But again, it is a very tricky thing where I'm pretty sure they haven't practiced Minotaur for quite a while, especially with the new changes. Eventually, I can see Minotaur being popped into the meta a little bit more often because that ult, man, that ult is one of the things that makes you want to play Rome. You know, heroes like Joe, Minotaur, Tigreal, Atlas, honestly, even a Terizla, these kind of heroes make you really want to use these tanky heroes, wait for your time to shine, and then just knocking everyone up.
Yeah, it's a very cool thing, and I always love it when roamers have these big setup ultimates, which is why I'm a little bit sad that heroes like Atlas and Tigreal aren't seeing more play, because everyone just moves so fast these days. But just to let everyone know, we have a small technical issue right now, so we're working on resolving that, and then once it's done, we will go ahead and jump into game number 1. Let us know in the comments which of these two teams you guys are supporting and who you want to come out on top as the first seed for Group B.
Yeah, and honestly, like, it will be very impressive if 189 with this draft is able to apply so much pressure to 3V that they really can't respond, because this is a draft that really tests the limit of your mechanical abilities as well as your discipline come late game, because that's not like your win condition, right? So it tests the upper limits of the team, where I still remember teams like Onyx Indonesia would use this kind of draft. Honestly, even Onyx Philippines. It does seem like Onyx generations, they will have this draft every like once in a while. You know, the Super Princes, the Suns with the Selinas. So yeah, we'll have to see if 189 can use this draft to its maximum potential.
I think the biggest person to keep an eye on is going to be that Selena. I believe it's in the hands of Witch, because otherwise a lot of the heroes are capable of operating quite self-sufficiently, but Selena needs to hit those skill shots, right? And she's a very notable part of the team's overall burst. Will Witch be able to consistently pick someone off? If they're able to find Kimmy and Granger on a regular basis, then that completely switches the way we look at this matchup.
But again, the moment Kimmy and Granger has space, it kind of feels bad, because before the fight even starts, you're poked like out of your mind, and any poke that you deal, suddenly Minotaur just seals them up, and they're like, bro, all my efforts are wasted, right? So there's a very, like, I would just say easier win condition for 3v, but there is a chance a lot of pressure can come true from 189. So this is a very good showing of drafting coming in from both teams, where again it's just all about execution.
And not to mention, there is late game potential from 189 as well, because they do have this Claude. It will be able to do quite a lot of damage if he's able to find a good blazing duet, and if he's able to come in from an off angle. Then Granger and Kimmy are very interesting marksmen, where coming from a flank can actually disrupt their momentum, right? Because they will typically be hiding at the back, trying to poke from afar. So that could be a chance for outplay. But all of this is dependent on how well those first few minutes go, right? We've already seen up until now, every single match, early game makes a big difference, right? Early game basically cements the victory. The only exception being like the last game we watched. So I guess we'll see who can get that.
Yeah, and in a way, this is kind of good for 3v, because they did have a pretty intense match against ESB. It's quite a long break, about 30 minutes and then some. So they should be able to recover their stamina. And now we're jumping straight into the Land of Dawn. This is going to be the final game, final match for today, and it's going to be 189 going up against 3V.
Who will be able to get things started with a strong beginning by securing victory in game number 1. We're gonna find that out very, very soon here. As we can see, both junglers going to be starting on purple, so it's going to be opposite rotations here. And already we can see, as per usual, a heavy focus towards that mid lane for the Litho.
Now looking at Minotaur as well, he has Pull Yourself Together, and he's already taking quite a lot of damage from which able to heal up, and I would say a substantial heal coming in from the motivation. But still, taking a lot of damage there. Ozzy still surviving though.
And that's why Kimi gets banned out so often. But that initial Abyssal Arrow we can see, right? If Witch is able to land these skill shots, it makes a huge difference. They actually nearly took out Van right from the beginning if they just had a little bit more damage there. So both sides need to be very respectful of that mid lane. I think it can be fairly even depending on how well Witch lands the Abyssal Arrows. Otherwise, Shinra should have the slight advantage because Kimi just clears so fast.
Yep. Your mind being spotted by V there, invading the jungle. So the Hayabusa probably should counter jungle here as well. If he has an opportunity, probably will go for that Claw, but I'm guessing it's going to be quite difficult. Doesn't look like he's able to counter jungle here. Looking at the levels, still the same, so not that big of an issue.
At this point, in many other games, we would have already seen one of these teams go for pressure on one of the side lanes, and so far they're actually keeping it fairly standard. There's a lot of respect happening right now. First turtle will eventually spawn on the top side.
Looks like your mind actually missed the puncture there, so it's not a long cooldown, so it's not that big of an issue. But I'm looking at a Minotaur. Minotaur is level 3. Give him just one more minion wave and he will get that level 4, and that might be the ticket for 3V to actually go for this fight.
In fact, Van going to just hit level 4 there by grabbing a couple minions off the mid wave. This now becomes very dangerous for 189 to fight. They will try to dive to try and poke out Van, not able to do so successfully. The cow jumps away, AOG comes in, Minwen Fury lands, Your Mind secures the turtle still, but he ends up dropping to the Minotaur. First blood to Van. However, they end up losing both Van and Vi in exchange. 189 trading up and now chasing down Shinra, even forcing a flicker.
And this is where we see the individual skills here, because Your Mind, he understood that he's going to get punished by this Minotaur, so he used all his abilities to burst down the turtle as fast as possible and actually winning out that retribution. And then moving forward, we see the Lapu Mind Aim as well as Witch using their abilities to really just target the damage dealers and timing their I would say iframes to make sure that they don't get caught by the knockup coming in from Van. That's the only bad thing about Minotaur, is that it's easy to telegraph when the third hit is going to come in. So if you have abilities to protect yourself, it's easier to time.
Yeah, now a good chunk of 189's heroes actually do have some kind of iframe in order to avoid that. So as long as they play things correctly, Van's gonna actually have a pretty hard time being the primary setter for 3V. They ideally want to force more resources out first, but they do also have an Atlas that might be able to do so.
Interesting here where Van is going for the Flask of the Oasis. And I'm only saying interesting because I don't know what is the perfect build for Minotaur right now. Before it is, yes, Flask of the Oasis, but I wonder if the new changes encourage just build more tanky, build a lot of HP. But yeah, this is the thing about Minotaur. Experimentation, man. You don't know if you want to build him for more support or for more frontline tank or setup tank.
Yeah. We're definitely going to be keeping an eye on Van here just to see what item build he goes for and how successful it ends up being. Vi going to be pulled over all the way from top lane. Phantom Execution comes in from Your Mind to steal the camp away from Hunter. He's going to be able to puncture away as well, but that does mean his skill 1 is now on cooldown. Vi's going to use that to start walking into the pit.
Good, I would say, discipline here from a 3V, saving their abilities for this turtle. And now Azzy taking a lot of damage. AOG in.
Gavi uses Revitalize, keeps him alive for a little while, but Hunter will eventually finish him off. Phantom Execution, Your Mind is chasing down the Granger. Zhao Silent goes down under his own tower. can be a roam for gold trade. Definitely worth it for 189.
Yeah, your mind is already showing his strength here, and Keo giving vibes of the Natan game, stealing turrets, getting farm for himself. Plaza Oasis finish. Hunter getting that turtle, but something in the back of my mind, I kind of feel like 189 is looking to be in a better position here.
Yeah, I would say so as well. Your mind actually wanted to try and steal the purple buff in exchange for losing out on that turtle, but you can see that by going for a more skirmish composition, 189 is not too dependent on rotating together on the map. It allows them to independently do a lot. We have to note KO has basically not joined any fight this entire time. That bot tier 1 is already gone, and this Claude has been uninterrupted.
Oh yeah, for sure. None of getting said, it's not the fault of 3V, which as well as Ozzy, they're just here controlling that mid, controlling the river so that there's no rotation that basically gets unpunished. So good from the mid duo, essentially denying any kind of rotation, forcing a 1v1 from both sides.
Airmine dashing in, unfortunately gets immobilized. AOG only gets a knockup on Van. 189 will immediately back this off, and looks like 3V doesn't really want to chase.
Yep, good thing coming in, understanding, okay, it was a bot engage. We don't need to force this one. This is where we can see the discipline coming in, as well as the standard, the different standards between the team, understanding what is a good sign that this is a good fight and what is a good sign that this is a bad fight, and don't force it out. Hunter and your mind might try to go for a 1v1 here. Looks
Two
like
ults both going to be used to disjoint all of that. So far, 189 doing a very good job of slowly rotating the map and just taking as much control as possible while funneling it all into this Claude. Remember, this is a similar thing that we saw in their first game when KO was on the Natan. This man knows how to farm.
Oh yeah, knows how to farm, and he really does know how to carry a game. This is going to be the final turtle being spawned here. 2,000 lead for 189. Very substantial. But again, this should be the strength of 3V. They really want a team fight. But overall, I would say very good from 189 avoiding those 5v5 team fights.
But they might not be able to avoid this one. Turtle's dropping low. Minuan Fury comes out, but it's too late. Your mind secures the turtle. AOG comes in, but my name is already gone. And the Ogi Shadow Kill melting at 189 quite heavily. Blazing Duet comes out, but KO definitely doesn't have enough damage just yet. They've already lost Azzy and my name, but they are able to trade for Shinra, which finds the Abyssal Arrow, but ends up dropping the triple kill to Zhao Silent on the Granger.
And that's very troublesome because at 8 minutes, you have to assume that he does have that Sky Piercer, so that's 3 stacks on the Sky Piercer now. Your mind gonna be protecting the mid here, going on to Hunter. So far, all 10 players in this game has been performing very well. I've not seen anyone really dropping the ball yet, Stafa.
Yeah, I agree with you. So far, the decisions have been made very calculated. The micro is good. The macro control also very solid. Slightly in favor of 189 since they do have KO on this Claude, but you might need to scale up a little bit quicker. The gold lead is still not that much.
Hunter now having that War Axe, so a long drawn out battle is something that this time the Hayabusa can deal with. Having a little bit more spell vamp as well as penetration will make it so that he's not punished for this long fight. I don't think Vi has seen your mind, so he's still hiding around, but doesn't look like he will have an angle for him to actually force things out.
I like the way that 3V is splitting up their resources here. They're well aware that 189 wants to play the map, so they're not really looking to force any team fights unnecessarily either, and spreading out their resources to make sure that wherever they show up, they will be able to deal with any pushes and try and limit the damage to only their side lane tier 1s.
And we can see the junglers keep trying to go for that 1v1. Lancelot against a Hayabusa. It is a skill matchup where, again, able to deny each other of abilities. Your mind is there. And he wants to go for the damage dealers.
And a lot of damage onto Zhao Silent. Nice iframe to avoid the Minuan Fury. Unfortunately, Azzy going to be left in the lurch. Revitalize comes out. He AOGs away, but the Blazing Duet a bit too deep from KO. He gets picked off by Hunter.
Honestly, amazing coming in from a 3V. And still amazing coming in from 189, both essentially playing towards how they want to fight with their draft. Hunter, he knows your mind is there. He able to dodge it. That was beautiful coming in from Hunter.
There's no puncture now for your mind. He's gonna have to try and iframe out of this. We see the Lapu Lapu come in to save him. He got it on cooldown. He's able to dash out, but the flicker thrown him through and he iframes it. Zhao Silent comes in from behind from the tri-brush, gets the snipe down. Your mind finally goes down. My name gonna need to make a hasty retreat, but here he is once again. Zhao Silent with the double kill, taking over the game on this Granger.
I gotta say, Stafa, it took a while for us to get into this game, but man, is it worth it. This is the better MLBB compared to yesterday, and that's a 1v1 gold laner. Zhao Silent wins it over against Kyo.
Unfortunately, it seems like we were right to show a little bit of concern with this Claude pickup. Unfortunately, this hero just doesn't do enough damage anymore these days. And now we can officially say enemy number 1 on the map is Zhao Silent on this Granger. 6-1 and 2. That's a lot of Sky Piercer stacks built up at this point. And not a lot of easy ways of getting on top of him. Not to mention, you've still got another marksman to worry about too.
As a roamer, I'm actually pretty proud and happy to see Minotaur doing quite well here. Being quite tanky, much tankier than before. And still providing support for the team. Up top, we can see Your Mind trying to protect that tier 2. Looks like he delayed it, but not able to protect it.
And now the Lord's gonna be crashing in right after the holy defenses have expired as well. Onto the top inhibitor, Your Mind takes half his HP and damage in an instant. Has to ult back out, top inhibitor will fall. Lord still alive, but should be dealt with quite soon. Your Mind looking for a chance to jump on the Granger, but Zhao Silent just doing such a good job of keeping distance from 189.
The biggest difference here is that they don't have a lot of ways to engage. Your Mind just did like basically no damage against 3v.
Oh, he Shadow Kill comes out. Your Mind nearly goes down, but the Revitalize had to be used to keep him healthy. Mid inhibitor has fallen as well. This is now definitely a game in control of 3v Esports. 5k gold lead. They just need one more big push to close things out.
In game number 1 in this best of 3, 189 opted for a high mechanical, everyone do your own thing kind of draft, being very scrappy. And 3v, they just go for the easy and simple, everything makes sense. And right now, there's a lot of fights going on, but the kill score doesn't reflect that. Only 9-4. Still, 3v looking like they are in position to win win game number 1 here.
As long as they can keep Zhao Silent safe, which they've been doing a great job of so far, it should be a very easy path to victory here for our representatives from Timor Leste. And Shinra also not really disrupted. This Minotaur actually working out quite well in terms of healing, and the burst just isn't enough coming out of 189. We can see the Abyssal Arrows barely tickle him now.
Yeah, and the way that his passive works kind of makes him into an anti-poke tank, where you got heroes like the Grog that really cannot deal with any kind of poke. And then now you have Minotaur where he welcomes the pokes because then he can just heal back up.
Honestly, now I kind of want to try playing Minotaur. This is looking to be a lot more solid than I expected. Now they're going to try and contest Lord once again. Vi is providing vision in the back. Zhao Silent sees Your Mind in the mid lane as well. Now Vi going to be doing a good job of just zoning, standing in between, not allowing 189 to approach the Lord pit. So far, it's looking like a very easy take. In fact, Your Mind's not even nearby. I don't think he wants to contest this anymore, but they are gonna try and die for it. Your Mind's inside the pit. AOG comes out. Hunter secures the retry timing, picks up the Lord for the side of 3v. Vi dropping very low. Blazing Duet comes out, but the Ogi Shadow Kill forces all of 189 back. Hunter unfortunately ends up going down, but they will also chase down My Name. It's godlike streak for Zhao Silent as the fight erupts into chaos.
Yeah, you can see the minions are there, and we don't want to see again what happened to Brunei. You can see the panic in their eyes going back in. Zhao Silent is having an MVP performance on this Granger. Bro, like, Zhao Silent has been good today, but in this game, another level, man.
I get the feeling this is not a hero you can allow through the draft anymore these days. It's just a little bit too consistent, especially after other marksmen have been rendered a little more ineffective. Lord's gonna be pushing in mid. The only consolation is that bot wave isn't particularly synced up, so there's less minions for 189 to deal with. But do they have enough damage? 3V is walking in, AOG gets the 2-man knockup, but it's on the 2 tanks. It's not really going to be very effective, and now Throne Rune comes out. Zhao Silence is legendary. It's just setting them up, racking up the kills, double kill, and the Blazing Duet cancelled by the Wind of Nature. Death Sonata to the face, it's a maniac for Zhao Silence once more. He doesn't get the Savage, but he gets the victory. And in the end, that is what matters most for 3V Esports.
Staffa right now looks like an M Challenge Cup here in the group stage. Laos is having a difficult time here because we even talked about this, right? Where it looks like 3V struggled just a little bit going up against Brunei. But hey, maybe they were hiding some strats here because going up against 189, they had their number.
Even in the previous matchup, Zhao Silent already stood out quite a bit as a gold laner that was willing to ego challenge, willing to play aggressively, and even on a hero like Granger, it looks like he's willing to get into the action right from the get-go. 11-1 and 3, definitely deserving of Game 1 MVP.
And this is something that I find concerning, Staffa, is that you don't even have Pauldron in this game, right? We're talking about how, oh, this item is so good to reduce attack speed. No attack speed was reduced at all, and it still didn't do enough damage. So like, imagine how bad of a state attack speed marksmen are when you don't need to build a counter item to deal with it. Heck, the Minotaur built the immortality before considering the Pauldron.
Yeah, unfortunately, I feel like Pauldron is a bit of a niche pick, right? So I'm not actually sure if we're going to see a lot of it, but I will say I am very impressed by the performance here from 3V. A little bit sad about 189. The Claude was supposed to be their endgame win condition, and KO was farming up pretty well, but you can see that this hero just doesn't do the same damage he used to anymore. He does actually need to participate, get some kills under his belt. But with a team lineup like that, it's very difficult for him to actually join.
And again, it was, personally for me, the mistake of 189 because they could have gone for the Kimi themselves, right? That was the big turning point. They didn't pick up the Kimi was let through, and then eventually the Minotaur got picked. If they themselves had the Kimi, I think Minotaur is pretty good at dealing with Poke, but I think against Kimi, that consistent damage, especially level 1, level 2, low cooldowns, not enough abilities, you could have punished the Minotaur.
It still shocks me that they let that through in exchange for a Claude priority too. Like, it's not a worthy trade in terms of the draft, I would say. Kimi with Gatot would have been such a powerful level 1 mid duo. They could have instantly freed themselves from the lane, instantly started rotating, but no. They gave that over, allowed 3V to have the Granger-Kimi conversation, which is already known to be a very strong scaling comp that doesn't get disrupted easily. And well, we saw the result.
I mean, like, it's either Kimi or they pick up the Granger, right? There were 2 good picks, and then they chose the wrong one. Again, I think this just solidifies that attack speed marksmen are just not it for the meta right now. Maybe we need a Demon Hunter Sword buff. Maybe we need a Golden Staff buff in order for the attack speed marksmen to come back in. But still, they only have, like, they're safe-ish. Confirmed going to the semifinals. It's just about who they're going up against later on. Because as of right now, 3V is 1 up against 189. If they win this one, then 3V will be the team to go up against Leon.
That would be a very fun matchup. It would unfortunately mean we don't get to see the rematch between Leon and 189, but I think there's also some fans that might want Leon and 189 to be on different sides of the bracket. since these are the only two teams that represent the same region, aka Laos. I will say I am impressed though. 3V representing Timor Leste, a region that hasn't seen all that much international play, but showing some impressive stuff if they can stick to their guns. If they can keep to this same style of gameplay, they could surprise us by emerging as Group B's first seed.
Hey, no, honestly, like I'm with you, Staffa. Like I'm pleasantly surprised. I still think there's a few more steps they need to take to be truly international level, but I feel like they're already at a very good starting point. This tournament will continue to mature them, and I am looking forward to see Timor Leste maturing even more and becoming a genuine threat in the MLBB scene.
I agree, sir, that's for sure. Jaos Island definitely stood out in the last game, but I think their roster just looks very solid in general. Hunter definitely seems to be pulling his weight as the Indonesian import jungler on this team as well. I really like Van's initiation. Shinra does a good job, although he doesn't stand out quite as much when you've got players like his gold laner around. It just seems like a very solid 5-man in general.
I'm actually really liking Van because he understands his job, which is, yes, he wants to be in the front, but at the same time, the moment he sees any kind of dive towards Jaos Island, he will be there to back him up, and he made sure he times his knockups in coordination with the iframes that opponent has. I saw one instance where he waited where the Lapu Lapu basically used all his abilities, including his dashes, and then he committed to all giving a kill over to Jaos Island. So it's those small interactions, understanding that you're not going to get taken down very, very fast, right? So you might as well wait for the perfect time to land your abilities.
I really like the different sides of Van that we've seen today as well, because at the very start of the day, one of his first games, he played the Kalea, which was one of the most aggressive Kaleas I've seen in a while. But now that he's on the Minotaur, it didn't feel quite as like, what's the word? Like, it didn't feel like he was just pressing buttons, right? Like you mentioned, he knew to wait for the right timing. He knew that there were a lot of iframes and that his ultimate would be avoidable. So he could make use of his durability to find the exact timing where it would be the most impactful.
Yeah, and now we have 189, which I feel like even in that losing game, we can see their individual abilities, their mechanics are absolutely amazing. But they really need a good draft, or at least an easy to execute draft for them to do very, very well. I do appreciate high mechanical drafts, but in competition, the word meta means most effective tactic available, and that means like effective is the one that we really need to highlight, where sometimes the easy answer is the correct one. Having an easy draft makes it so that you really have to try very, very hard to make a mistake. Compared to a difficult to execute draft, you have to try very, very hard not to do A, B, C, D, E, F, G to make sure that you don't throw it for your team.
A simpler, more straightforward draft gives you a lot more leeway. Even as pro players, there's always going to be the chance to make mistakes. And when those mistakes happen, having a more consistent, more straightforward team composition gives you that freedom to maybe blunder here or there, compared to 189's previous comp where a lot needs to go right in order for a team fight to actually even work out in their favor in the first place. So I think it would be better to set themselves up with a good foundation here, because otherwise we could be seeing another clean sweep.
It will be interesting to see that we have not seen any 2-0 games so far. 2-1 games so far. But 3V, they cannot be overconfident at this point because they got to know that 189 is a very tough competitor. In terms of the bans here, what do you want to respect? Like, do you feel like the Hayabusa should be banned? Because I really feel like you can't let go of the CC. So let go of the CC, but then ban what? You know?
I agree that CC can be let through. You should probably just ban Kimmy. I feel like I'm kind of surprised it got let through completely in the draft. It's so far been nearly 100% banned. So they tried to do something different with that and then ended up giving it away along with the Granger, which I feel like is a bit short-sighted.
Yeah. Although 3V, I wonder if they want to commit and just pick up the Granger second pick here. They do ban out the Lunox. In terms of other heroes that they banned the Baxia, as well as what is the other hero here? Okay, never mind. I can't remember. But
Can't quite
anyways,
recall, yeah.
yeah, like they always ban Lunox and one other hero. It just escapes my mind at the moment. Hayabusa does get banned out, so 189 they are responding, but it also shows they don't want the Hayabusa first pick. So what is going to be the first pick here? Oh, Harif? 3V ban Harif?
Yeah, they did. They did ban Harif. That's why it was down to the Claude previously. So wouldn't be surprised if they did the same thing again. I'm still trying to think about what would be the first pick for 189. I actually thought that it would be something like the Kalea to allow them to play a bit more aggressively. But with that taken off the table, do they want CC first pick?
I hope not. I would almost prefer a Granger first pick or a Kimi first pick, right?
No, it is probably Kimi. I feel like it won't get let through so easily again, right? Surely 3V would decide to ban the Kimi. 189 ban the Grok. Now we've got a choice on our hands. What is the hero that 3V is most threatened about with 189 on first pick?
I feel like, personally for me, I would ban the Harif. And if 189 picks up the Kimi, I'll take Eve Granger. And then I think I'm in a very good spot where I have a lot of range. And then it forces 189 to basically draft more dive here. So at least that's what I would do in this current pick and ban phase.
Well, so far it does seem to be following that. The Harif does get banned out. Now we will see if 189 goes for the Kimi. If they do, I do agree that Eve Granger could be a good start, but you would also be giving away heroes like the Gatot Kacha. Okay, they go for the CC instead, huh?
I would go Granger Gatot here. Granger Gatot, and then whatever jungler they pick up, just fight back, right? Granger Gatot is good, and then if you're down with choices, yeah, pick up any mid laners.
Wow, looks like you're right on the mark there, sir. I actually thought they might want to prioritize Kimi a bit more, but looks like, well, Granger was already such a powerful pick in the hands of Jaos Island previously. Why not lock it in now, especially with Harif already taken off the table? Now 189 actually have to make the choice. If they don't grab Kimi now, 3V can actually pair that up once again into the double fighter combo, a double marksman combo.
I would take Isashin Kimi, honestly, at this point, and then just play double fighter. Because I feel like Isashin Kimi, against Granger and Gatot, there's a lot more ways for you to play around a team fight.
Oh, looks like they went a different direction. They're going to Lancelot Lapu, which also means they might actually be playing double fighter without Yi-Sun Shin. It would have been okay if they had the Kimi, but now 3V is almost definitely going to ban it or just pick it up once it's their turn again. They actually have the opportunity to go triple marksman if they're feeling very confident now that they've locked in the YSS.
Yeah. And honestly, this is great because 3V, they unlocked the draft with that Yi-Sun Shin pick. Of course, they already have a Granger, so they don't play double fighter, but still, they have a lot of range here to work with. So 3V probably picks up an EXP laner that can potentially dive, but more importantly, can be a very solid front line. And then they might be able just to poke all day. And Lancelot has to be careful going up against the Gatot because he could potentially get taunted down. So still, honestly, good draft coming in from both teams because 189, they still have a very solid opening. They just need a very reliable mid laner. The only problem is most of them is probably going to get banned out. So we still have the Farsa, the Kimi, as well as the Jushin.
I wonder which you would ban in 3V's position. If they want to go triple marksman, then they definitely leave Kimmy open for themselves. Force 189 to be the ones to ban it. In which case, I feel like Farsa is actually manageable.
Yep.
Since they already have like Granger and Gatot. Yes, it can be kind of scary to play with that added airstrike, but Farsa is also fairly vulnerable. I feel like you could ban the Zusin. Looks like they banned Farsa.
Actually, I think if they get the Jushin, that would be actually pretty good, right? A lot of control, and then maybe finish it up with something like an Arlet Jushin.
Arlet Zusin sounds pretty solid to me. Most of the other viable options have already been taken off the table.
Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, like, if you pick up Jushin and then everything else is a bonus, you can pick up Arlet, you can pick up the Phobius. The Yuzong might get banned here, but if not banned, the Yuzong might get picked up as well. So, yeah, I feel like 3V get the Jushin, and you're already in a very strong position in your draft. Unless he gets banned out, of course.
If they do go for Zusin, though, it means that 189 will have access to the Kimmy, which means that they probably clear mid lane a little bit faster, as the only thing that you will have to worry about. Looks like, yeah, they do go for the Zusin. 189 probably need to lock in Kimmy at this point in order to have some scaling along with their double fighter. And if they're able to control mid lane, then they actually open up opportunities to invade.
Then I think this is going to be a Yuzong last pick. The Kimmy has shown, and I think this is going to be a Yuzong game. If it wasn't the Kimmy, I think they would go for Arlet or Phobius. But yeah, I think this is Yuzong.
189?
3v.
Oh, for 3v. Okay, I was confused because like 189 already has double fighter.
Yeah,
I agree with the Yuzong. Yeah. I like the Yuzong. Oh, Khalid gonna show up. So yeah, I like this. It definitely gives 189 mid lane prio. They just clear midway very fast. Khalid can invade, and that can actually mess with a Yisan Shin since Gatot, Zusin don't actually threaten too much early on.
Now they are still thinking about it, maybe even just thinking about the rotations here, but instead they go for a Uranus, which honestly can still work because they have a solid front line, someone that's able to regen, and I saw that there's a build right now where you build Oracle with Garden Helmet as well as the Pauldron, and essentially it's an unkillable Uranus. I haven't tried it myself, so I cannot vouch for it, but I've seen it on TikTok, so I'm interested to see if it becomes a reality here.
I personally don't really like Uranus in pro play. I still think that he's just a big bundle of HP that doesn't offer any utility to your team. But even I have to admit that I'm kind of curious about how well Guardian Helm will work with Uranus now. It's not just a HP stat stick, it even gives you additional ways to reduce damage taken. So if this Uranus does happen to be unkillable, then that already changes the way that 189 could approach this. But we will see what happens. Will we go to a full series for the first time in the group stage here? Will it be yet another clean sweep? Will Timor Leste put themselves on the map? We'll find out at the end of game number 2.
Yeah, right now we can see Your Mind is going to be able to clear much faster with the help of the Kimmy. It looks like he's not going for a gank down mid, just opting for more farm. So despite having this Kimmy as well as the Khalid, is actually the Gatot as well as Jushin controlling the mid. And this is already a good sign coming in from Timor Leste, but probably waiting for the first 2 minutes. After the first 2 minutes, that's maybe where we can see 189 being a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, I don't think 189 needs to force anything out too early on. They can if they want to with this Kimmy Khalid, but it's not necessary. Like you mentioned, around the 2 minute mark, or at least before the first turtle, if they want to be cheeky, that would be the best time to do so.
Right now, I'm interested to see how CC handles the lane here, because so far for today, we've essentially not seen CC win a lane. Although, to be fair, against Uranus, I heard that it's kind of not a great lane for the CC. At least not until she gets the War Axe.
And especially nowadays with the CC passive stacks deteriorating even quicker than before, it actually becomes very difficult to actually outtrade a Uranus. So, not a bad last pick. I'm just worried about whether or not they have enough crowd control in the end. Wow, your mind doing some good poke damage there.
Yeah, and honestly, pretty fast dashes, able to get out of a sticky situation. Now we got to look at the EXP V, already hitting level 4. And looks like My Name now hits level 4 as well. This is going to be a lot of crowd control, a lot of fighting. And look at this, even Joe Silent having a very, very early rotation and going for that purple buff. Very cheeky coming in from Joe Silent.
That is risky though. We can see that KO is coming to try and pick him off, but Zhao Silent has some backup. Your Mind ends up taking the turtle. It's going to be a complete brawl out here as Hunter ends up dropping first blood picked off by the CC. But on the opposite side of the map, we also see a trade of KO for Van.
Yeah, I don't know if that's truly worth it or not, but seeing how Zhao Silent can perform, I think it's A-okay. And then even dodging that coming in from Ozzy, man. I can't believe Zhao Silent got the Granger again.
Yeah, after what happened last game, I thought for sure that they would try to contest it away, but it's also true 3V picked it up very early on in the draft. They're quite confident with it, and I don't even blame them.
So now, having just a very small lead here coming in from 189, interestingly enough, they really have no mid pressure at this point. And My Name is not trading well against VV, is not being threatened at all. He should have priority if he does want to move around the map, but looks like all he's doing is denying some farm away from your Mind. And I think that's a pretty smart way to play around against an amazing jungler like your Mind.
Unfortunately, even though Uranus is able to hold lane particularly well, he's not the type of fighter that's going to be able to do a lot by rotating around the map. The best that he can do is to walk into the jungle and make your opponent feel a little bit unsafe. And I kind of hope that Vi can at least be a little bit more aggressive on that to buy time for Hunter and Zhao Silent.
Now, speaking of which, Zhao Silent does have that Sky Piercer at 1 kill. Any kill at this point is going to give him 10 stacks of that Sky Piercer. And now 13 seconds before the turtle spawns, looks like Timor Leste is the first on the scene. But 189 is not far behind. Looking at Vi, Vi is making his way here. We might see a brawl coming in soon.
Zhao Silent in trouble, has to flicker back to the tower. Vitalize, keeping him alive. Raging Sandstorm comes in and he dodges it. Beautiful movement from Zhao Silent. And now KO is going to be the one that bites the dust instead. He dived too far to try and find it.
Who is this guy, man? Like, he dodges death so much. Van using the Revitalize, make sure he's surprised. And Shinra has to flicker out.
Now, he will keep himself alive for now. Meanwhile, Vi doing a great job. Exactly what you want your Uranus to do. Basically holding back 3 people all by himself. He did end up having to use the Purify. And because of all the poke damage taken, even with all of that, they're not going to be able to take the turtle. It has to be a reset.
Yeah, but I think, like, honestly, 3V is okay with this because the more they fight around this turtle, the more opportunities for Zhao Silent to get more Sky Piercer stacks. So this is pretty okay for him as long as he's able to stay alive.
Your Mind has already used a lot of his cooldowns and he's on very low HP. Attraction Pulse also misses. Turtle at 30%. Your Mind in danger. Hunter picks up the turtle. Zhao Silent with the killing spree. Blasts Your Mind full of lead. And now My Name's also going to be pulled back by Shinra. Sets up a double kill for the Granger. AOG comes in, blocks them off from the tier 1. This should be a free structure. But the Lapu Lapu jumps back in. KO wants to clear this way. Wants to keep his tower alive. Will do so. But what will it cost? It'll cost his life as Zhao Silent is unstoppable.
You know what? If I'm a coach, being in the M Challenge Cup, I'm like, you know what? Cool, bro. Granger bad after this. If he gets the Granger in the semifinals, what are we doing here, man? Like legit, what are we doing here? Speaking of which, Vi is the most damage taken and the most damage dealt. He's doing quite a lot of poke here, and I believe most of the bullying is dealt towards My Name.
And they're gonna be able to take both side lane tier 1s at the same time. 3v establishing dominance on the map. Personally, I'm curious to see what Vi's build is going to be because I want to copy it. Yeah, straight up. The map control is really slipping out of 189's hands. They do some respectable damage to the Uranus, but it's simply not enough. And the tier 1 will eventually fall. They pull back the Khalid. Azzy trying to get away. Will just barely make it out of flicker. Forward. Zhao Silent wants to get this kill. He picks it up. It's a monster kill for the Granger. Phantom Execution misses, but he gets caught. The Zhao Silent's in trouble. Shuts down. KO finally stops the reign of terror. But what will it cost? He gets a double kill, but his teammates are dropping like flies. It's a double for Vi, though he ends up also dropping inside the base of 189.
Now that was a bit of, well, a lot of ego there. Your mind able to escape that one, but that was super unnecessary. He flickers forward is fine, I guess, but then he just taps his Rhapsody and it goes wild because he wasn't aiming for the bush, he was just tapping it. That's why it keeps hitting basically onto free space. And I don't know, you just gotta be careful of that. You're having Sky Piercer, man. You cannot allow it to die. Half stacks gone is huge.
But well, it looks like it's not gonna face them at all.
Oh well,
they
never
take
mind.
the turtle, instantly call the 4-man conceal to cut off KO and Azzy. And while it's still not as much net worth as they had before, they regain some of their gold lead.
Chat, what are we watching here, man? Look at this. Timor Leste, they're amazing, man. Like, out of nowhere in M Challenge Cup, showing up. But dude, he will never get a Granger again. My goodness.
Yeah, I don't think so. If you let this Granger through, you are basically asking for it at this point. This was picked early in the draft too. You could have countered it. And I think 189 tried, but even so, Zhao Silent 8-1 on this Granger. Could be 8-0 if he didn't dive super deep for the Khalid kill.
Yep. And now 9 minutes in, already taking down one Holy defense. It looks like they're going for another here. Holy defense in mid has been popped, and now all that's left is up top. In terms of the wave clear, it's honestly not the best. And in terms of tankiness, honestly not the best as well, because there are a lot of fighters they can sustain, but they don't have a lot of defense. They only have a lot of ways to regain HP through damage.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult for 189 to try and make up for this deficit. They did go double fighter side lane, which reasonably means they should have been winning early on, but clearly that is not the case. They do still have some laking scaling, which in your mind, if they're able to get more farm under their belt, then they can still catch up and maybe pick off this Granger, but it's not going to be easy.
Not going to be easy for sure. Right now, everyone is having... Well, everyone from 3V is having a perfect game. Shunra 0-0 and 9. V, not a lot of KDA, but in terms of damage and damage taken, he's definitely have a lot of that. So he's just playing basically macro here, ensuring that there's a lot of free space for his team. And yeah, this is one of the more successful Uranus games we've seen so far, just because he's able to zone away, and his team actually uses the area provided to perfection, getting any and every farm as well as objective that's on the table.
Some viewers were already expressing to me that Uranus may be a surprising winner of this patch thanks to the buff in tank items and also the nerfs to heroes that would have normally been able to duel him, like the CC. And Vi is currently proving that to be the case. 6k gold lead, 11 minutes in, 4-3v. Lord gonna be pushing in mid tower. Bottom wave also gonna be shoving in at the same time. Mid inhibitor will fall. 189 just not able to walk up to try and stop this. Both towers taken out in an instant. The Lord is gonna start to be worked on. Vi still eating damage in the front. Lord will eventually go down. Mountain Shocker nearly takes out your mine, but he is able to back off into the base in time. Another minion wave coming in through mid. Does 3v want to force this? Ooh, hold on, there's the
Oh,
Raging
looks like they
Sandstorm
do.
coming back through, lands on Fan Vi though, look at Vi, he's still alive in there, shredding 3 people at once. Van will eventually go down, Jiao Silence picks up the double kill, Van will be traded, it's a triple for the Granger. Van is sniping them down, flickers forward, ends up dying to the Crystal. I'm not sure if that's worth it, but now the Crystal is wide open. Fraction Pulse misses on Hunter, he's gonna target for the win. They want the clean sweep, Witch is down to 1 HP, flickers out of the way, just barely sacrifices himself to keep the Crystal alive, but just when he thought it was over, here comes another wave, and that means 3B Esports is your Group B first seed.
Dude, this is exciting. An M Challenge Cup 3v from Timor Leste is the #1 team here in Group B. And my oh my, the semifinalists, man, they're making this very, very interesting. The MVP is still Zhao Silent, but still, whew, what a game.
This man knows how to play the Granger. 11-2-1. His consistency is off the charts. He definitely did make some mistakes, going a little bit too aggro, too overexcited. But you cannot deny that this hero cannot be permitted to go into his hands.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. Honestly, he just needs some white dye on the left side of his face, and then he basically looks like Granger already.
I see. Good to know. Well,
now we can see,
when you play enough of the hero, you embody it.
Yep. What do I look like? Maybe I don't want that to be answered. But either way, 189, they do look disappointed. But again, this is not the end of the road. They are still here playing in the semifinals, but they got to play later on going up against Saigon Phantoms. And now we got to look at the build coming in from Uranus. And honestly, it's nothing special. It's just same old, build armor, build magical resist, and then you're good. And look at this.
No Guardian.
Wow. Is everything.
Wow. Leave some for the rest of us, why don't you? And we can't even deny that this guy was the star. Top DPS, top kills, top GPM. 189 tried to stop him. They tried to go after him. But he was able to movement his way out of ganks, position himself well with his team, and just rack him up like crazy.
And now, I do believe that we will be having the semifinals for tomorrow, and it's going to be Saigon Phantoms going up against 189, this time being a best of 5. So again, Saigon Phantoms is #1 in their group, 189 in #2. So it's not a revenge match in the Laos qualifier, but that one, Leon is going up against 3V. So either way, Leon can actually give revenge against 3V, saying like, hey, you dropped down the runner-up, here comes the champion.
But it could also be a way to make history here, as 3V has already taken down one Laotian team in 189. Can they do it again? Can they take down the LNC 2025 champion to make it to the grand finals? Make sure you guys tune in tomorrow as well. We're gonna have 2 best of 2s. The semifinals will begin, and then we will know who our top 2 of the MCCM Season 6 is going to be.
I gotta say, it will be wild if both Laotian team is eliminated tomorrow, all right? Because Laos hasn't been the biggest name internationally, but they are definitely one of the stronger regions. But either ways, it's been a long day, Stafa. Thank you very much for your play-by-play, and for all of you guys watching, thank you very much. That is Group B. Catch us back tomorrow for the semifinals for the M Challenge Cup Season 6.